Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well then, welcome back to a very surprisingly sunny Thruxton Circuit. Have we got a day of racing for you today with 3 races from the British Truck Racing Championships, and I had time just before the first race of the day to catch up with a couple of drivers to see how their weekend's been going so far. So we're down here at the bottom end of the paddock with none other than Dave Jenkins. Dave, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, morning Pointy.
And so quickly looking back to yesterday, a couple of good results for you really.
Brilliant day for us yesterday, you know, qualifying was great. We got there in the sharp end for both races, and then didn't have 2 great starts, made both races hard work. In race 1 I dropped down to 4th and then had to get past Michael and then chase Bradley down, and then in the second race of the day Stuart slipped up the inside at the start and then spent the next 20 minutes trying to deal with him, but just hadn't quite got the answers for it.
Mixed weather conditions yesterday. I think a lot of drivers were dealing with the heat more than anything, in the cab and in the engine bay especially. Are we looking forward to seeing what this fresh air is like today?
Yeah, it's better here for the, you know, when the conditions are cooler, it's kind of on the tyres, it's kind of on the motors, so it's perfect today for this. Now, although I did enjoy the rain yesterday, it was good. You know, it's been a few years since we've had a good wet Thruxton, but it was good fun yesterday. But no, we're looking forward to today now. Speaking of
Thruxton, what are your personal thoughts on this particular circuit? Because everyone's got their own favourite. Some people absolutely love Thruxton, some people are like, take it or leave it.
I just love truck racing. You know, this is what we do, so we can do it anywhere. But I'm always glad when we get home from Thruxton, is the honest truth.
Yeah. I mean, it is a fast circuit, that you can't deny that. I'm always the case of, so you can't see the chicane from the pit lane, which of course where all the teams end up watching the race from, and you're like, okay, have they made it through the chicane, or just wait for them to come around the garages? Oh, okay, they made it.
Yeah, it feels a bit like that from the driver's seat. Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Oh, here we go again. So no, it's good fun. It's a great place to race, but like I say, it's not without its risks, and it's always nice to go home from here.
A few penalties handed out to other drivers yesterday, over speed and a couple of track limits, I believe. They're really hot on the track limits this time round at Thruxton. I don't think you've been in trouble for anything, have you?
No, I'm a good boy.
He's a good boy, you heard it here first. And just before we leave you, Dave, we've been asking drivers up and down the paddock this weekend about their first ever truck racing race, the one that they first sat in a cab and went racing. Can you remember it? Where was it? How did it go?
How long have you got?
Oh, blimey. Let's do the short version.
Yeah, no, I've been involved in truck racing since 1984, so I went as a little boy, and then I think the first time I sat in a racing truck in anger was in a stop-go race at Silverstone, the wrong way up the start-finish straight when I was about 16. And then my first proper official truck race was at Pembrey in October 1997, so 26 years ago. And yeah, no, I remember it well. I shared the truck with my friend that helped put the money up, so we shared the driving during the weekend, and we did that first meeting, and that was Pembrey 1997.
Pembrey 1997. I can see a pattern emerging quite quickly. There's so many people lost their cherry at Pembrey on the circuit there, I tell you. But what an interesting concept. Would you ever see something like that happening again, sharing the driving through a weekend? Is that even doable?
Not really now, because of the way the championship registration works and the level of professionalism and competitiveness that truck racing's evolved to now, which is great. But back then, I'd got a childhood friend, and we decided on a drunken night out that we were going to get my dad's old race truck out and go truck racing, and that's what we did. And I think he found a turbo in his dad's shed, and I found some tyres in my shed, and we borrowed a low loader, and we turned up and we got on with it.
That is such a fantastic heritage story. I absolutely love that. Dave, thanks for letting us know that. That's really nice. And I'm sure we'll see you out on circuit, well, quite shortly. Cheers, Dave. Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen. So, good morning and welcome back to Thruxton Paddock. I'm now joined by Craig Evans in Division 2. Craig, mixed bag for you yesterday, but actually we still ended up with some silverware, didn't we?
Yes, it was it was a good race in the first race. Finished fourth, happy with that. Second race went out, brilliant lap times. Well, we got fastest lap.
Fastest lap,
yeah.
Yes, I noticed that. Very well done on fastest lap.
Yeah, and then bit of bittersweet. We finished fourth, but through to a few technical issues with other competitors, we got second out of it. So
that is incredible. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yes, okay, it's not that true clean win that you really like kill for, but at the same time, a trophy's a trophy, championship points are championship points, and yeah, you've still got to be in a good enough position in the first place to actually make that stick.
yeah, if we hadn't have been close enough to the pack, then the penalties that they received wouldn't have impacted us any. So with us being close and in the race, it paid off in the end.
That's fantastic, really good. And going out today, reverse grid now, so where does that see you starting?
We're starting on pole in the first race, and we're very excited.
Oh, you just got to make it stick.
Lap yesterday,
Yeah.
and the pace that we've got at the minute, I'm quite.
That's it. I mean, you've got clean air, you've got clear roads, and well, you say clear roads. You might be on the tail of Division 1 pretty quick.
Well, we could well be. Let's hope we are.
Let's hope you
Get
are.
onto the back of them and get gone with them.
Awesome. Well, Craig, good luck for the first race of Sunday. Thank you very much for joining us. Craig Evans, ladies and gentlemen, certainly one to watch for the rest of today. Again, sharing the driving through a weekend, is that even doable?
Not really now, because of the way the championship registration works and the level of professionalism and competitiveness that truck racing's evolved to now, which is great. But back then, I'd got a childhood friend, and we decided on a drunken night out that we were going to get my dad's old race truck out and go truck racing, and that's what we did. And I think he found a turbo in his dad's shed, and I found some tyres in my shed, and we borrowed a low loader and we turned up and we got on with it.
That is such a fantastic heritage story. I absolutely love that. Dave, thanks for letting us know that. That's really nice. And I'm sure we'll see you out on circuit, well, quite shortly. Cheers, Dave. Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen.
This trailer?
So, good morning and welcome
have,
back to
take a
Thruxton
photo
Paddock.
Wednesday
I'm now joined
and
by
send it.
Craig Evans in Division 2. Craig, mixed bag for you yesterday, but actually we
For a
still
chance
ended up
to
with some
win.
silverware,
One
didn't we?
of our 5
Yes, it was it was a good race in the first race. Finished fourth, happy with that. Second race went out, brilliant lap times. Well, we got fastest lap.
Fastest lap, yes, I noticed that. Very well done on fastest lap.
Yeah, and then bit of bittersweet. We finished fourth, but through to a few technical issues with other competitors, we got second out of it. So
That is incredible. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yes, okay, it's not that true clean win that you really like kill for, but at the same time, a trophy's a trophy, championship points are championship points, and yeah, you've still got to be in a good enough position in the first place to actually make that stick.
Yeah, if we hadn't have been close enough to the pack, then the penalties that they received wouldn't have impacted us any. So, with us being close and in the race, it paid off in the end.
Fantastic, really good. And going out today, reverse grid now. So where does that see you starting?
We're starting on pole in the first race. We're very excited.
Oh, you just got to make it
It's
stick.
like yesterday, and the pace that we've got at the minute, I'm quite.
That's it. I mean, you've got clean air, you've got clear roads, and well, you say clear roads. You might be on the tail of Division 1 pretty quick.
Well, it could well be. Let's hope we are.
Let's hope you are.
We'll back to them and get gone with them.
Awesome. Well, Craig, good luck for the first race of Sunday. Thank you very much for joining us. Craig Evans, ladies and gentlemen, certainly one to watch for the rest of today.
Racing. Now, I must hand over to the one they call Dave Goddard. Over to you, Dave Goddard, in the studio.
Okay, getting ready then for the first of our 3 British Truck Racing Championship events here today. 2 races held yesterday, and the result of race 1 yesterday sets the grid for race 3. It was a double win in Division 1 yesterday for Flying Ryan Smith, the 7 times champion in his Worldwide Truck Racing Daimler Freightliner. But that means that today he's got to go from 8th on the grid, because the result of race 1 sets the grid for this race 3 of the weekend. But with the top 8 in Division 1 reversed, and with 6 entries in Division 2, the grid is reversed there as well. Yesterday, Paul Rivette took the win in his MAN in Division 2 in both races on the road, but he got a penalty in race number 2. In fact, he was disqualified for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit that these trucks have. Let's have a look at the grid then for our third race of the weekend. It is Stephen Powell, number 3, with his MAN on pole position. 8th place in race 1 yesterday. Number 14, John Bowler, will be starting alongside him in his MAN. Row 2, it's the Olivers, Michael and Stuart. Stuart, father of Michael, MAN and Volvo. Row 3, Craig Reed with his Iveco Stralis, number 68, alongside the man we just heard from, 69, David Jenkins. Row 4 is Bradley Smith, great second place for him yesterday with his MAN, the youngest man on the grid. And Ryan Smith, no relation, starts alongside him, the 7 times champion. Row 5 is Ricky Collitz, number 95, with his MAN alongside the Iveco of Simon Faulkner. And then on the 6th row, we will see Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, in number 86. And hopefully we will see Simon Cole alongside him in number 41. Simon had problems in qualifying yesterday, failed to race in yesterday's 2 races. We'll hope to see him back out for this one. Then there's a gap of a few rows, and we have the reverse grid for Division 2. Number 33, newcomer this weekend, Neil Yates with his DAF, starts alongside 28 Gentleman Jim Bennett in his Seddon Atkinson, the oldest man on the grid. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, who we just heard from with his MAN, and number 5, Adam Bint, the points leader in Division 2 with the Volvo White Aerodyne. At the back of the field, 6, John Powell in the DAF, and 22, Paul Rivette. So we were saying there, the trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour. They're limited to 56 on the road, of course, but electronically limited to 100 miles an hour for racing, and if you exceed that speed limit you will be penalised. Paul Rivette was found to have exceeded the speed limit in race 2 yesterday, having taken the win 3 times, and therefore was disqualified. Adam Bint also exceeded that speed limit twice, and he got a time penalty, so it was John Powell who inherited the class win in race 2. That will affect the grid possibly for race 4 later on today, but not for this race. So we'll see the trucks on the grid shortly. Hello to everybody who has commented on the stream so far. Do say hello if you are watching today. Quick hello to Darren Campbell and also Wendy Howell. They're both cheering on John Bowler in our truck races today. Hello to Sarah Ridings, Nick, Double Bubble Disco Queen, one of our regular viewers. That's a song lyric, I think, her name. Hi to Carl and Ethan Dance. They're cheering on Russell Smith in the pickup truck races today. Newcomer to pickup racing this season. Quick hello to John Hendrick as well. To Michelle. Goodsy Hero. He's cheering on the Ivecos today. Drives an Iveco at his work, so he'll be cheering on Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner today, I'm sure. No Simon Reed, though, the other Iveco we normally see. He's busy with business commitments. And also, you may have, if you were viewing yesterday, you'll know that sadly Jock Borthwick, the Scottish driver, not here with us this weekend, sadly out with some injuries. Unfortunately suffered in a motorcycle accident a few weeks ago while visiting the Isle of Man TT. He and his wife are well on the road to recovery. I know they're watching this weekend, so all the best to Jock Borthwick. Hope to see him back racing later on in the season. Just had a comment come in to say John Bowler probably missing the first race, but we'll be back racing later today, so we may not see John Bowler. We don't know the reason why. Quick hello to Paul McCumiskey as well. Been racing trucks for many years. Paddy Mack, as he's known. He's currently sunning himself in Mallorca and watching the action. Good to see you on our coverage, Paul. Hope to see you back racing someday. So awaiting the trucks to come out onto track then for what will be a 15-minute race. It is Ryan Smith who leads the points, has taken a total of 8 race wins this year. The Marshal's just getting the trucks into the assembly area, as you can see. On board with flying Ryan Smith, 7 consecutive championships to his name now. He's made no secret of the fact he wants to beat Stuart Oliver's record. Stuart Oliver has won 10 and also a European championship as well. And I think on the right of the picture there, I see Simon Cole, number 41. Yes, there's the number 41 MAN. So Simon has made it out. Failed to race yesterday after some problems in qualifying. Quick hello to John Rod 87. He's watching in America. And Pavel GTR2, who's watching from Poland. Hi to Hannah Fulcher. Yes, I thought I recognised the name. We miss seeing Andrew Fulcher on the grid. Yes, I remember Andrew racing the Lenham storage truck in Division 2 a few years ago. Now team manager for Paul Rivette in the Napa Racing MAN. You can see that truck just opposite Ryan Smith there. So Ryan gets the all clear from the Marshals. We're heading out onto track here at Thruxton, and what a contrast to yesterday where it was raining on and off all day. Beautiful weather here in the south of England today. Thruxton, just off the A303 near Andover in Hampshire. And Ryan Smith takes us out onto track then. They'll do a lap round to the grid. They'll line up behind the pace truck and then do a rolling start. You can see in the cab here the very substantial roll cage that all these trucks have to have. Hopefully they won't be needed, especially Ricky Collitz, who rolled his truck here at Thruxton 2 years ago coming out of the complex. Hi to Matt Stone, who says, come on Steve Powell, number 3. Stephen Powell on pole position for this race. Terry Webb is cheering on Tom O'Rourke, number 86, the MV Commercials MAN. These race trucks weigh in at more than 5 tonnes, produce around 1,000 horsepower at least. Running on sustainable fuel this year, the HVO fuels, green biofuel. Cleaner alternative to diesel. It was Adam Bint who pioneered the use of that in his Volvo, and now the championship all running on that fuel. Thanks to their other partners as well, TRP Parts, Road Transport Media, MV Commercial, Vision Track, Freyhav Trailers, Total Care, GT Tyres, MAN Truck and Bus and Dines Motor Group. As Ryan Smith takes us around the back of the circuit through the tremendously fast village and church corner section, one of the fastest sections of any race circuit in the UK. We saw a fair bit of sliding sideways in both the truck racing and the pickups. A fantastic shot this is. Chris Clark getting creative with his onboard cameras, clearly. See the suspension working there. I believe that's on Ryan Smith's truck as well. So getting ready for race number 1 of 3 for the trucks today. Hi to Chris Cake, who's watching on. Former rallycross driver. Sure he'd love to have a go at truck racing. His daughter Phoebe now racing Rallycross as well. Hi to Merlin Motorhomes, watching from in Spain. That's Nick and Helen of Merlin Motorhomes. William Sykes says, come on Ryan Smith. Our suspension cam is on Bradley Smith's truck, I've just been told. Apologies there. Rumble with Craig Evans in Division 2 as well. Looking for his first Division 2 win. As the DAF pace truck, the TPR race pace truck leads them round. Stephen Powell on pole. There's Michael Oliver in behind him. So it looks like John Bowler is unfortunately missing as we thought. They're not in 2x2 formation yet, so I imagine they're going to pull up on the grid here and then we'll have another rolling lap. We're missing somebody in Division 2 as well. I don't think John Powell's there. We'll confirm that in a moment. So Stephen Powell on pole. His only win in Division 1 so far came at Thruxton last season. He celebrated like he'd won the championship, so he'd love another win here. He's a former Division 2 champion. Best he's had this year is a 3rd place. Now Michael Oliver's moved up onto the front row. We haven't had an amended grid sheet for this race. So it looks like they have redeclared the grid for this 3rd truck race of the weekend, but I haven't had a copy come through yet from the timekeepers. So no John Bowler, unfortunately. Possible problem from yesterday. There's Division 2. Neil Yates, our newcomer, the white DAF there on the left of your screen, lines up alongside Jim Bennett's Seddon Atkinson. Paul Rivette at the back. No, I don't think John Bowler's there, so I'm missing a couple of trucks. We do have Simon Cole, though, for his first race of the weekend. Used to race the Team Hard backed Mercedes, the Mercedes Beast as it was known. We are rolling start behind the TRP Truck and Trailer Parts DAF. Michael Oliver has had 1 win this season so far at Pembrey in South Wales. It's Ryan Smith, the championship leader in Division 1. He's had a total of 8 wins so far, including 2 yesterday, 3 at Brands Hatch, 3 at Pembrey, but a couple of non-finishes at Pembrey as well. Stuart Oliver, his nearest challenger in the points at the moment, the 10 times champion. His first title came back in 1999. Celebrated his 60th birthday a week ago. Still going strong. Had a couple of wins at Brands Hatch. Was on the podium 3 times at Pembrey, but he had to make a pit stop in one of the races there. Finished a lap down. The grid is about to be cleared. Ryan Smith lined up back on the 4th row for this one. Keep an eye on Bradley Smith, the youngest man on the grid, was racing trucks before he was even old enough to have a HGV licence on the road. You don't need an HGV licence, surprisingly, to race trucks. You just need an ARDS circuit race licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools. That's why you've seen a number of drivers make the move from car to truck racing, including Paul Rivette, the former Renault Clio champion. Bradley Smith equalled his best finish of the season yesterday in race 1 with a 2nd place. Still yet to take his first win. David Jenkins still looking for his first win of the season as well, who we heard from earlier. Began racing alongside his father Tony Jenkins. Used to race an American Mack in the championship, I remember. So here we go then, they're off and rolling. There's John Powell, he has joined the grid. He was late out of the assembly area. There's the number 6 DAF, the blue machine towards the back. So it looks like we're missing just 1 truck possibly, or is Tom O'Rourke not there, the 86? There's Simon Cole. No, there's O'Rourke. They're just a little bit out of order at the front of the field at the moment. That's what's confused the issue because of John Bowler not being there. There's O'Rourke, the 86. Neil Yates on Division 2 pole, his first weekend of truck racing, the recovery company boss. from Kent. Through the complex, the right-hander at Campbell, the left at Cobb, the right at Seagrave. All named after British holders of the land speed record, as is the next corner at Noble. Richard Noble, of course, the driver of Thrust 2. First corner known as Allard. Second corner is Green, after the current holder of the world land speed record, Andy Green. There are the 6 Division 2 trucks, the slightly less powerful, less modified machines. Paul Rivette at the back, winner of race 1 yesterday. He took the flag in race 2, but unfortunately, as we mentioned earlier, was excluded. As Phil Whiteley says in our comments thread, a bit different to the Clios he used to race. As Bradley Smith carrying our suspension cam. So here's a different view. Yep, we get cameras everywhere at truck racing. Big thank you to our camera teams for bringing us the action this weekend out there in all weathers. Probably glad they weren't at Alton Park up in Cheshire yesterday. Their meeting got abandoned because of torrential rain. So great shame. Watch for Ryan Smith, the number 1. Can he come through for win number 3 this weekend? He's done the 5 out of 5 a couple of times in his career so far. Collett in the 95, on board with Craig Evans, still looking for his first Division 2 win. He came within half a lap at Brands Hatch early this season, only to run wide in the Brown Recycling sponsored MAN. Sure, the fans would love it if gentleman Jim Bennett could hang on in the lead. So here they come then. Stephen Powell on his own on the front row. Michael Oliver has now dropped back into the second row alongside his father Stuart. It's time to go racing here at Convoy on the Plain, here at Thruxton, with the first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship. The revs begin to rise. Some 18,000 horsepower about to be unleashed on the Thruxton Circuit. Here we go, the revs are up, we're underway. They head up towards Allard for the first time. There's already contact among Division 2 with Adam Bint clipping the back of Jim Bennett, but it's Stephen Powell who has got the early lead. They head through Allard and Green Corner up towards the complex for the first time. Simon Cole a bit slow away, so still possibly some problems there. It's Craig Evans who's taken the early lead in Division 2 from the second row of the grid. Jim Bennett drops the back. It's Powell that leads from Oliver. Michael Oliver in 3rd place. David Jenkins is 4th. Craig Reed moving past Bradley Smith. Ryan Smith trying to get through as well in the number 1. Ricky Collett under fire from Tom O'Rourke further back. They've been battling each other all weekend. Ryan Smith has a look as they go towards Noble. We're on board with him. He gets squeezed out by the 46 of Bradley Smith. Starting to make his way up the order already, but it is Stephen Powell, number 3, the man who lives virtually next door to the Brands Hatch circuit in Kent, who leads the way as they head out into the country for the first time through Village Corner up towards the tremendously fast church, the fastest corner in the country. They'll be flat out at 100 miles an hour. What a sight they make as they charge through the Hampshire countryside. Stephen Powell leads from Stuart and Michael Oliver. David Jenkins in 4th, then a gap back to Craig Reed in the Iveco, the red truck, in 5th position. Down towards the chicane, they're up Woodham Hill and down towards the club chicane. It gets very tight indeed through here. Stephen Powell, number 3, the Dines Recovery and HGV Direct sponsored MAN leads. Battle is on for 5th. Craig Reed ahead of Bradley and Ryan Smith. Then Simon Faulkner going well. There's contact there. Simon Faulkner clips Ryan Smith. They make their way through. Simon Faulkner's made a good start there up into 8th place. And it's side by side for 3rd. David Jenkins having a go as they go through Allard. Trying to take Michael Oliver. They lead on each other. Get off, says Michael Oliver, and holds that 3rd place. The ever ebullient David Jenkins on the attack. Behind Faulkner, it's Collett and O'Rourke fighting it out for 9th place. Here comes Jenkins on the inside of the complex. We don't very often see overtakes through there. Michael Oliver a bit wide onto the tarmac runoff area. Jenkins will have the inside line for Seagrave. He may get through here. No, Michael Oliver keeps his foot in and holds him off. This is allowing Craig Reed to close up on. They're still not quite overlapping there. David Jenkins gets 2 wheels on the grass. He's determined to get alongside the MAN of Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell has the lead. This is allowing the top 2 to escape. Stuart Oliver giving chase in the number 7, looking to take his first win since Brands Hatch earlier this year. He draws up alongside. I don't think he'll make a move at Church. Moves back in behind the number 3 of Stephen Powell, looking for the 2nd Division 1 win of his career. Pick up the Division 2s shortly. That's being led by Craig Evans, the number 10. There's a bit of a bottleneck off the grid there because of the slower trucks of Neil Yates and Jim Bennett starting up front. Adam Bint clipped the back of Bennett. Here comes the battle now for 3rd position. Ryan Smith's on the tail of this little group. He's attacking Bradley Smith. They come down into the chicane. He's going to try and go up the outside of Bradley Smith. He may have got that move done. He's attacking Craig Reed. Nearly clips the back of the Iveco. Ryan Smith driving in his usual style, one hand on the wheel, the other changing the gears. Here's the Division 2 battle, and Paul Rivette's gone to the front. Well, it didn't take him long to get through the pack from the rear of the grid. Craig Evans in 2nd place. Adam Bintz is 3rd. Then it's John Powell. There was a bit of smoke there, I noticed, coming with Woodham Hill. That may have been Jim Bennett's Seth and Atkinson smoking. We're on board with Craig Evans, 2nd in Division 2, chasing Paul Rivette. Stephen Powell led by 0.38 of a second at the end of the 2nd lap. Ryan Smith's up to 6. He's got ahead of Bradley Smith. His next target is Craig Reed as we go through the complex. Craig Evans putting Paul Rivette under pressure in the MAN. The Volvo of Adam Bint in 3rd place, chased by John Powell. We lost Simon Cole unfortunately on the first lap, so clearly more problems with his MAN, sadly, the former Mercedes pilot. Still, David Jenkins unable to get past Michael Oliver, and there's been contact there between Craig Reed and Ryan Smith. Look, Ryan's missing the front bumper. Well, the front bodywork off his number 1 Daimler Freightliner. Chasing Craig Reed as they go up towards Woodham Hill. A good drive by Craig Reed. He took his first Division 1 win at the last race of 2022 at Brands Hatch. He's a special driver to be able to hold off Flying Ryan. I think he may have hit the side of Craig Reed. You can see the side panel pushed in on the 68, the man from Stoke. Ryan Smith from Nottinghamshire. He's going to have a go on the inside into Allard. Bodywork flapping away in the breeze, but he's got through up into 4th place. Into 5th place, I should say, because it's Powell who leads from the Olivers. Stuart Oliver still putting him under pressure. There's the battle for 3rd. David Jenkins still unable to get through. It's not the easiest track to overtake on Thruxton. Stuart Oliver's going to have a good go here at Stephen Powell for the lead. 10 times champion. He's been European champion in the past. Stuart Oliver as well. 3 British drivers currently contesting the FIA European Truck Racing Championship. 2 of them you'll be familiar with from last season in the UK Championship. John Newell from Yorkshire and Mark Taylor, number 81. The other British driver, Jamie Anderson, the ex-rally driver. Stephen Powell still leads. Paul Rivette still leads Division 2, looking to challenge Adam Bint for the top of the points. Stuart Oliver now looking to make a move on Stephen Powell, who moves to cover the inside at Woodham Hill. Can Oliver get him on the brakes here as they come down to the chicane, the Northumberland-based driver? No, Stephen Powell will hold the inside line. The MAN continues to lead the way. 8.5 minutes of this first of 3 races today for the British Truck Racing Championship still to go. Ryan Smith running a little bit deep there into the chicane. Michael Oliver still 3rd. And we've got David Jenkins on board with Flying Ryan, 5th position. Up over the line they go, past the pit area, past the control tower as you come out of the chicane as well for the airfield here at Thruxton. One of the circuit commentators will be in there today, Richard Neal and John Ward on circuit commentary duties. Still Stuart Oliver cannot make his way past the number 3 of Powell. It's a good drive by the former Division 2 champion. Here is a Division 2 battle. Rivets from Evans, Bint and John Powell. MAN, Volvo and DAF. Neil Yates is still ahead of Jim Bennett further back. They're having their own private scrap towards the back of the field, the veteran and the newcomer. As Paul Rivets holds off Craig Evans. He is desperate for that first Division 2 class win. And a couple of seasons in the championship with his MAN now, the number 10. More through consistency than out-and-out speed he's found success in the series. 22 MAN continues to have the legs of its Division 2 opposition here. Stuart Oliver, has he got a run on the inside this time down into the chicane on Stephen Powell? It looks like he has. Here we go for the lead into the club chicane. Powell gives him room and Stuart Oliver takes the lead. Oliver into the lead in the Volvo VNL. Stephen Powell goes down to second. What about the battle for third? Yes, Ryan Smith has got past David Jenkins up into fourth position, now going for Michael Oliver for third. Now, how much time has he got to catch the two leaders? 6.5 minutes once he can get past Michael Oliver, which I'm sure he will. Michael, a tenacious racer, and he's blocking almost Ryan Smith there through Allard, defending his position quite vigorously. He'll hold third place into the complex. Meanwhile, the battle in Division 2, Adam Bint up the outside, John Powell to the inside. You can't go 3 wide through there, surely. They're going to manage it. Adam Bint cuts in and takes that second place. That was pretty spectacular. And Craig Evans could be shuffled back to fourth here because John Powell is coming through in the DAF. All this battling's allowing Paul Rivett to get away. Evans moves to cover into the complex. Oh, that was a daring move by Adam Bint in the Volvo white Aerodyne up into second place around the outside. Evans has held third. Looks like Michael Oliver will wait to see if he's held third place in Division 1 as well. Hard to know where to look. 2 great races going on at the same time in this first race of the day for the big rigs. Adam Bint's always a fan's favourite, always spectacular in his menacing looking black Volvo. To be in the blue and white livery of CMG Recovery. And yes, Ryan Smith has got past Michael Oliver up into third position. David Jenkins is going to have a go at the number 12 as well now. The ever aggressive David Jenkins down the inside. Oliver gives him room into the chicane. Through to fourth goes the 69 Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN ahead of the GT Tyres machine. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith are next. On board with Bradley Smith's MAN. See there, Thruxton is not quite as smooth as it looks. It's a pretty abrasive surface on this circuit. Can be very tough on tyres. See the suspension working away on the MAN of Bradley Smith, and a little bit of steam coming from the water-cooled brakes as well. Simon Faulkner still going well in 8th place. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of Ricky Collett for 9th. Further back behind them, some 12 seconds back of the Division 2 boys. Fastest lap for Stuart Oliver, the race leader, 1:39.021. Average speed of nearly 86 miles per hour around the Thruxton Circuit. Some people will be surprised at that speed in a car, never mind a truck. Shows how hard they're pushing these machines. Just under 4 minutes to go. Just the one retirement so far. Sadly, we lost Simon Cole on the opening lap. He has not had a lot of luck this season. He only lasted a few laps in race 1 at Pembrey. There's Collett in the background, the yellow MAN. See Division 2 in the distance as well. Very flat circuits, being an airfield. One of the home circuits for the British Automobile Racing Club here on BARC TV. There is Simon Faulkner, the Brooklands plant Iveco Stralis. It's, I believe, an ex-Simon Reed machine. Up ahead of Craig Evans. The battle is joined now in Division 2. Look at this. Adam Bint has caught Paul Rivett for the lead. And he's having a go round the outside into the chicane. I don't think Adam's going to get through there. No, you don't, says Paul Rivets. Holds him off. Adam Bint, maybe an older truck, this Volvo, but he is so quick at the wheel of it. I believe the oldest truck in the championship is the DAF of John Powell in 4th place in Division 2. He's caught a glimpse of it there. Although with a new truck in the series at the back of the field, we don't know the age of the DAF raced by Neil Yates. That's an ex-John Bowler and Stephen Powell machine. Here come the Division 2 battle, a little bit sideways there. Paul Rivetti's going to slide wide on the exit of Campbell. Cuts it back, holds the lead. John Powell's putting Craig Evans under pressure for 3rd as well. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go. They thunder their way out towards Noble and out into the country once again. Can Paul Rivet defend his lead in Division 2 just as Stuart Oliver is defending the lead? He leads by 1.5 seconds from Stephen Powell. Adam Bint pushes his way up the inside. All contact there going through Village Corner. That could have been disastrous. Nice save by Paul Rivet, keeps his foot in. One of the fastest parts of any circuit in the UK. Bits of Ryan Smith's bodywork there into Church Corner. Adam Bint is really determined here to get ahead of Paul Rivet. Meanwhile, the leaders go across the line to complete 8 laps. 2.7 seconds now the lead, so Stuart Oliver's pulling away. Ryan Smith is in 3rd and he's done the fastest lap of the race. I think they're on their last lap now. We should see the checkered flag next time around, I think, as Paul Rivet continues to defend from Adam Bint. Steam coming off his brakes, showing how hard he's working that Volvo white Aerodyne. Craig Evans pushing on in 3rd. Don't know what he's got the windscreen wiper going for. There's no rain today so far. John Powell in 4th place. Well, Division 2 have been the highlights of this race, really, their battle for the lead. Division 1 looks like it's going to be Stuart Oliver. But can Adam Bint make it a double for the bonneted Volvos? Through the complex they go for what will be the final time. Here come your leaders. Stuart Oliver ahead of Stephen Powell. There's Ryan Smith in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver's pulled away. He's going to take the win in the first race of the day, the 3rd of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. There is the man from Hexham in the number 7. The 10 times champion, 1-time European champion, down into the final chicane. There's 10 seconds left on the clock, so I think the flag is going to go out this time. Stephen Powell in 2nd. I don't think Ryan Smith is going to catch him. Up they come towards the line. Is the checkered flag going to go out? No, it's not. We are going to do another lap. I think Stuart Oliver across the line with about 2 seconds to spare there. I thought that was going to be checkered flag this time. It can be tough to call with a timed race. He's got the lead up to 3.3 seconds. Well, that's the last thing that Stephen Powell wanted to see, because Ryan Smith is likely to catch him now. He's just done a 1:38.398, new fastest lap of the race. He's only a second behind Stephen Powell now. And here's the battle for 4th place. Jenkins, Michael Oliver, Craig Reed and Bradley Smith have all closed up. There's Simon Faulkner behind them as well. In Division 2 it will still be Paul Rivet who leads Adam Bint. Michael Oliver trying to make a move, trying to take 4th place back again. There's been some contact in there. Look, you can see the wheel arch flapping a bit on Dave Jenkins' truck. And Craig Reed almost pushing Michael Oliver there as they come through Noble and out into the countryside. Here comes Flying Ryan. Attacking Stephen Powell, who tries to turn across him at Church Corner. That's the fastest part of any circuit visited by this championship. That was brave by Powell to cut across there and hold that 2nd place. Stuart Oliver's going to win it, but who is going to be 2nd? What can Ryan Smith do into the chicane for the final time? Here comes Stuart Oliver, coming up to lap a couple of the Division 2 trucks, but he's going to take the win. Stephen Powell defending vigorously here. Ryan Smith will try and force his way up the inside. He goes over the curb, side by side. Stephen Powell cuts the curb on the other side. Oliver wins it, and Stephen Powell, is he going to hang on the run to the line? Only just by about less than a truck length there, by 0.26 of a second. Now who's going to be 4th? David Jenkins is 4th. Craig Reed trying to push his way up the inside. A photo finish. That was nearly a 3-way photo finish for 5th position. Who got that? Well, the next 4 trucks home are covered by half a second, and we're still not finished in Division 2 either. Look at this. Craig Evans is coming up on the outside of Adam Bint. Are these 3 going to finish 3 wide as well? Paul Rivette from Adam Bint. I can't keep up with this. Paul Rivette's going to come in. He gets his foot down out of the chicane. He's going to win Division 2 for the 2nd time this weekend. 2nd for Bint, 3rd for Craig Evans. What's happened to John Powell? There he is. He's had a problem on the last lap. He's slowed up. What's a finish there? So many battles, we didn't know where to look. The battle for 4th place, Jenkins, Reid, Michael Oliver and Bradley Smith, were covered over the line by just over half a second. It doesn't get much closer than that. Stuart Oliver taking the win. That's his first win since Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. And Stephen Powell just holding off Ryan Smith, who was trying so desperately to get ahead of him at that final chicane. We'll need to look back at some highlights of that race. Well, things nearly went wrong for Division 2 off the line because Adam Bint was a bit eager to get down the outside. He walloped Jim Bennett. Craig Evans went straight through the middle to take up the lead. Look at that, they were almost 5 wide over the line. That just set the tone for the rest of the race. Stephen Powell led the early going from pole position in Division 1. Ricky Collett shedding bodywork in the early stages. I wondered where that had come from on the side of the road. Paul Rivette defending vigorously his lead in Division 2 despite the best efforts of Adam Bint. That could have ended nastily. How Paul Rivette didn't spin there, I'm not sure. And then an incredible finish, well, incredible finishes all the way down the field. Stuart Oliver the winner by 3 3/4 seconds ahead of Stephen Powell, who just held off Ryan Smith for second. Ryan got the fastest lap. And then this incredible 4-way battle headed up by David Jenkins, Craig Reid, Michael Oliver and Bradley Smith. Simon Faulkner was 8th ahead of Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett. And then Division 2 won only just by Paul Rivette ahead of Adam Bint. Craig Evans in 3rd. John Powell slowed on the last lap, he finished 4th. Neil Yates taking 5th in Division 2, and Jim Bennett was the final finisher. Sadly, we lost Simon Cole with problems on the opening lap. Pause for breath needed after that one, definitely, but there's no real chance for a pause from the action because we've got the Caterhams out next, the Sigma 135 division of the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship. They were in great form yesterday, with Thomas Gunter getting well involved in the lead battle, but it was Richard, along with Richard Groom and a few others. It was Richard Groom who went on to take the win. We'll move on to the Caterham shortly. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé first of all.
Well, an absolutely fantastic start to the day for Stuart Oliver. Sees him take his first place podium, closely followed, of course, by Stephen Powell, friend and partner in crime for the truck sport. We see as well Ryan Smith ending in an unfamiliar position for him in 3rd place. Let's see if we can't get a little word with Steve Powell first of all. Oh, look at this, a true professional, helmet off already. Steve, that was a hell of a battle, my goodness me. You finished turning things off and on?
Yeah, I'm all good now, yeah.
You're all good.
That was hard. It was really hard. I just, oh mate, I'm gutted really. I had the pace to shoot it. Just one bend, I just sort of outbroke myself a little bit. Got out the inside and just like, it's so whether they are or not, but it ain't worth risking it in the church, you know. So he had the better run and then he gapped me a bit. I'm pleased to stay with him. And then obviously they're telling me Ryan's catching like he always does, but how he called how much of that last lap, I don't know. But
it's incredible the way he went through the pack.
The minute you're being chased, you I don't know, it's just nature. You just try to defend a little bit anyway, which you shouldn't do, and I didn't. I did for the first bit. I thought, no, I'll get out of this complex, I'm all right. And then we had a good run coming up into the chicane.
It took a couple of laps, to be honest. I mean, there were some close shaves coming through the complex between you and Stuart, and we were all going, oh, blimey, that looks a lot closer than it should.
It was really weird. He was quicker in the first right, I was quicker through the complex and out the back, and he's quicker out the chicane. And I knew this from last year. So I thought if I can get a few lengths in front coming out of that, I'm all right, you know. And it's just brilliant to be fair for us. Look, we've been racing a long time in Division 2, but to mix it now with the likes of them 2 in Division 1, I'm so happy for me. I'm so happy for the team, the sponsors. They've worked so hard, and to be in the middle of them 2, mate, like what, 18 championships between them. this time in a few hours, I'm going to have them.
You never know, you never know. Just keep fighting that fight, Steve Powell. Congratulations, we'll get you a beautiful trophy very soon. I believe we'll have, yes, Stuart Oliver over in the distance there. We'll just wait for Paul Rivette to stop moving. And we've got the hands up there, so we're safe to go. Follow me through, John. Come on through. Well, Stuart Oliver, congratulations on your first place there.
Thank you very much. That was, I'm not saying it was easy, it's never easy, but yeah, when Steve was driving well, defending well, but I knew I had the pace on him everywhere, but it was just a matter of time before he left a little opening and I went through it. So
yeah, he said it was a real fight all the way through the first half of the race, but he's still extremely chuffed with his second place. But you've got to be even more chuffed with your first top podium result for the weekend.
yeah, absolutely. There's another two this afternoon. Hopefully we can repeat it, but we're starting further back on the grid in the next ones. But no, that was really good. I enjoyed it, and we did a few tweaks to the truck last night, and it's paid off. So we're just going the right direction.
And of course, no John Bowler this morning, so that saw a little reshuffle of things in the starting order.
That's right. Yeah, I've never known that before. When you're on the grid and they say, "Oh, when you set off, you've got to go on the other side." But no, it's. I don't know what's
racing.
Yeah, John's missing in action somewhere, but obviously the Saturday night party must have been a bit too much for him.
You know what? In his defence, he actually had an early night, believe it or not.
Did he? Oh well, he must have been too early. That's maybe the mistake.
Oh, fantastic. Well, look, Stuart, congratulations again. Thank you very much. That's all we've got time for down here in Park Fermé at Thruxton, but I believe we've got plenty more racing action coming up for you now. So I'm going to hand back to Dave in the studio.
Thanks, Pointy, and well done to our truck racers. Certainly one of the best races of the season so far there. Plenty more where that came from. Two more races to come a little later on. One of our commenters asking what time are the pickup trucks racing? They should be out at around 12:50.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well, it's Sunday morning here at Thruxton, and we're outside the beautiful Thruxton Centre. You see behind me, we've got the drivers' signing here, and quite a nice thing to do, actually. We have a lot of people come down for this. We've only actually been going a couple of minutes so far, and we've already had an issue with a shortage of pens, believe it or not. Apparently, you can bring tyres, you can bring food, you can bring an entire race truck with spares. You bought your own pen?
I bought my own pen, yeah. I'm very well organised, yeah.
Very well organised. Of course, I was expect. Did you bring one for new teammate Neil Yates?
I've now acquired one.
I've got one from reception.
You got him one from reception. Right, sounds like forward planning, that does, Steve. And
Circuits, we used to have all the pens and all the posters, didn't we?
you had pens and then posters. Yeah, I know. Yeah, maybe Thruxton haven't thrown them out today. We'll make sure they get them for next time.
We've worked with it.
We've worked with it, exactly. And Neil, very quickly to you, obviously a lot of firsts for you this weekend. How are you feeling about your first driver signing?
It's amazing. I feel like a superstar.
Superstar is how you should feel.
I'd like to ask him about his first pole position start today.
You starting from the front today?
Yes, he asked the question and accepted.
I took on the challenge, so as I said previously, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Well, there's certainly going to be a pounding, that's for sure. Right? And Simon, we've been working on the truck all night. Are we back out on circuit today?
Yeah, it's running, so we're going to give it a go, see what we can do.
Fantastic, that's good. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. The hopes are with you. That I said a prayer down the road earlier on, so Reverend and the Beast will be out on circuit hopefully. Ricky, how are we? Oh, thanks, Paul. Look at this. I've had my own signed autograph. That's amazing. I'm all right. I'll sign it for you later, okay, Paul? Don't worry. I haven't got a pen, mate. Have you got a pen?
I have got a pen, does it?
What does it say on the side of the pen?
It says Pointy the Plumber.
Hey! Shameless plug, shameless.
I had to say shameless self-promotion.
Yeah, don't forget to follow me on Instagram, Pointy Plumber. Yeah. Have we had any issues with yours today, Ricky? We all okay?
Up today, yeah, we got them cured. We had a bit of an issue on the last race yesterday. A sensor went off, so hopefully we've cured it.
Hopefully we've cured it. Gone are the days of just giving it a hit. Oh my goodness, it's defaced my pen. It's defaced my pen. It's all right, you can still... Unbelievable. One day, when you're massive, I'm going to sell that. I'm gonna, this is my defaced pen. Moving along then to Craig Evans. Craig, look at these postcards. I like these. I like the drivers that brought their own things. It's very snazzy. You haven't?
Mine's back at the trailer, but that makes mine more rare.
Yeah, it's true, yes, because you don't hand them out. They're in demand. That's your supply and demand.
I'll get mine on eBay. Mine will be on eBay.
We'll make a few quid out of it and I'll swap it for some tyres.
Yeah, there is some people who do like Iveco's somewhere. So.
Wait, no, S-Ways, right?
Yeah, S-Ways, yeah.
Not to be confused with Stralices, which someone got told off for last week.
Yeah. No, that's it.
Most of them are in Sudan.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
You could buy 2 Iveco's for whatever, yeah.
No wonder there's so many more of them now, I tell you. Tom, ready for the circuit today?
Looking forward to a good day today, so hopefully we can improve on yesterday. Weather looks to be, we'll wait and see. We're hoping for a bit of rain.
You had to bring up the weather, didn't you? Unbelievable. And over here now with Bradley Smith, you brought your own little postcards as well. The budding pro among us, ladies and gentlemen. What do you feel about this kind of driver signing setup? Is it a good thing to do?
Yeah, definitely, it's a good thing to do. It's good to meet everyone who's coming out to support us, and it's good for the grid book today as well. Meet everyone again and put on a show. Put on a good show today.
And ever the serious and composed person, Michael Oliver, sat next. Yes, we'll get you the little hat to put on later on. Did you sleep well, Michael?
No, not really.
Oh, good. Well, I'm looking forward to you being grumpy all day then.
Yeah, the band was playing too loud. Tom Rock was pretty noisy with his truck. The pillow wasn't very comfy.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, we'll take down your feedback and we'll email someone that cares, okay?
I slept like a baby.
Oh, good. That's more like what? Constantly waking up and screaming at somebody for no reason.
Dad told us a couple of stories before I went to bed.
What have you done here, Stuart?
Just a minute, point to your mum's on the phone.
Oh, hello, Mum.
Hello, Mum.
I'm okay now, but Cocoa Pops. Oh, I told her I wanted Frosties. Every time I told her I wanted Frosties. Hello. Oh, yes, of course. Hold on. Got to... So, of course, the duties of being the TV presenter have to, every now and again, do a cheeky... I'm signing at the bottom because I haven't got my space yet. No matter how many weekends, don't forget your lid. A Sharpie is nothing without a lid, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important to remember. Jim Bennett, how the devil are we?
Very buddy, huge.
Very, very good. Are you
enjoying? Hopefully, you got to stay all day.
Yes, definitely. There's been a lot of comments on the weather today. I hope we don't jinx it. But yeah, fingers crossed. I like your hat, by the way. Very snazzy. And look, another... The pardon?
Saves me getting here, right?
True, yes. You don't have to do your hair either. Yeah, exactly.
What hair?
And what have we got here?
That's what you call a picture pointy.
Is it a picture? Oh, I've never seen one of those. It's interesting, that is. I would love one. Yeah, no, thanks. Oh, thanks. Tell you what, look at this hashtag fight. Oh, that's beautiful.
It's on the track.
It's on the track. Oh, I see. Oh, look, and it's got a rear view on the back as well. Look, like
With all its wheels on.
all its wheels. Oh my, yeah. Let's not start. There you go. Would you like a postcard? Just got to. That's it. Don't crease it though. He'll charge you extra. I'm joking. He's not charging. It's fine. Oh my goodness me! Look over here. We've got Optimus Prime, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not Optimus Prime, that's Dave Jenkins.
It's Dave. Oh my goodness me, that is very exciting, isn't it? I don't think the drivers thought they were going to be joined by Autobot royalty this morning. Absolutely incredible. Was anybody expecting Optimus Prime? I'm sure that anybody that wants photographs, then we can sort out if people want to stand next to him, maybe head over. I'm going to take a shot next to him just to show how tall he is.
Transformed from a lorry driver to
Yeah, you don't notice how tall he is next to Paoli because everyone looks tall next to Paoli. Awesome, blimey. This is, yeah, everybody, do you want to take a photo, Ryan? There we go, let's get a shot of that. Oh, yeah, sorry, hold on. It's fine, it's not like I'm on telly or anything, it's okay, we'll come round here. Hold on. Just move that. Ah, there we go. Oh, yes. Look at that. Awesome. Love it. So I've done my photography duties today now. There we go. Very good. Awesome.
Little boy in us all, isn't it?
Definitely. Always. We are for it, and I'm going to get my phone out and do a selfie. Because why would you not?
Guys.
Wow, so as you can see, it really is all going on here at Convoy on the plane this weekend. We've got loads of people here. Let's just talk to a couple of people. Hi, what's your name? You look interesting. Ashton, see, I knew you'd talk to us. Sometimes you can just tell when they're going to talk on camera. And have you just been here today, or were you here all weekend?
All weekend.
Have you had a good time?
Yeah.
What's been your favourite part of the weekend?
The trucks.
Obviously. Now, the question is, though, of course, because we've got quite a nice bit of show truck action going on around the back, is it the race trucks you're here for or the show trucks you're here for?
The race trucks.
Right answer. Give him a prize. Thanks very much, Ashton. And where are you from, Ashton?
Exeter.
Exeter. Is it nice over there?
Yeah.
Good, interesting place?
Yeah.
Do you get many racing trucks over in Exeter?
No.
Is that why you come here? Are you coming to any other weekends this year, do you know?
No.
Shoulder shrugs. She come to Donington. Oh, I tell you, Donington, next one, August 12th and 13th. That's going to be a mega weekend. Yes, 5 weekends time. And man, I tell you what, that's a serious weekend, that is. You better bring your roller skates there because there's a lot of walking to do. Just say thanks, Pointy.
Thanks.
Pointy.
Thanks.
Never mind. Bye, Ashton. And what have we got over here? So yesterday we spoke to a couple of people, obviously over in, was it Steve and Joe over in the tent who had the model trucks, and here's one out in the wild, which is actually a kind of scale model of Jock Borthwick's tractor unit that can't be here with us this weekend, of course. However, is she still here? No, she's disappeared. We have a young girl, Holly, which we'll get to meet on the grid walk later on, who's, believe it or not, taking the position on the grid for Jock Borthwick, as she's, of course, doing a charity bike ride in the name of My Name is Doddy Foundation. So she's actually been doing laps around all the circuits of the BTRC season this year to raise money for charity. So which is a fantastic little thing, and of course more information about that later on. We'll have a word with Ma and Pa, and we'll catch up with all of you on the grid walk. We've got a little while until the first race, so let's have a look who else we can find in the paddock and ask them about their racing experiences yesterday and possibly about their first one overall. So I'm down here with championship sponsor GT Tyres, and of course their representative Sebastian Bell. Now Sebastian, we were just talking about a little bit about what you do within the company. What's your day-to-day role for GT Tyres?
My day-to-day role, actually, you know, I'm responsible, or mainly responsible, for the motorsport tyre development in Europe. So I take a good eye on what we are doing, and also convert racing technology into the street technology. So all what we are testing here and actually racing here, and all the findings which we have here, we try to convert them into our road tires and make them lasting, good performing, and sustainable.
So obviously we've got quite a range of tyres out here, haulage being the theme of the weekend, but we know a previous driver for yourselves, Martin Gibson, who raced in the trucks for a couple of years. He's one of your test drivers, isn't he?
Absolutely, he's our manager and the head of all the testings in Europe. And he is actually the godfather of this project here. And so he's the guy who all transfer whatever we need to have from the trucks into the road tyres, at the end.
So with regards to the manufacturing, you've obviously taken away some temperatures today and some samples of the rubber. How do you kind of correlate that then into saying, well, we've got a racing tyre that does this kind of resistance at 100 miles an hour, what are we going to do to the compound? Is that what it's all about?
Well, it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I thought it might be. You know.
It's not that simple, but basically what we are trying to do here with all the measurements we take is like the racing tires are quite extreme in all the usage they have. So we try to convert the extreme usage into the standard road usage, also from the material wise. So the material for the racing tires is very special, and then you try to not downgrade but swap them into a long-lasting road tire. So this
reverse engineer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not a downgrade, it's reverse engineering. We're going to put race tyres on the road.
Yeah, actually, it's not really race tyres on the road, but you know, you need to go to the extreme to have a good product at the end. So this is the point. So you test the extreme, and then you take all the good things and put them into your street tyres. So
it's really impressive actually to obviously have such a great manufacturer on board with the championship, because obviously the race tyres are brilliant, but looking at the tread on some of these absolute monsters, I mean, what kind of vehicles would you say would be having these massively heavy duty looking tyres on them?
Well, this is totally mixed service, so for construction side and, you know, off the road mainly, so you see a little bit rough pattern, so it's very resistant to all kind of influences from the outside, and this is a proper construction tire, or let's say a mixed service, what we call mixed service construction.
That's incredible. And then obviously these larger ones over here, would this be like a kind of standard road going tire then, this one?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. What you see over there is our how should I say, daily bread.
So the GTR 955.
GTR 955.
Quite a difference to the tread pattern on this one, obviously, but still loads of wear, ready to go there.
Absolutely, it's a little bit smoother. It's a little bit compact. It's a little bit more silent. Gives a little bit more comfort. It's a standard trailer tire. Actually, this is our current top baby, what we have in the range. Delivers outstanding mileage and resistant to all kind of influences on the road.
It's quite interesting because a lot of people don't realise how much difference a slight difference to the rubber or a slight difference to the tread can make on fuel economy, on comfort, you know, how much noise it makes.
Yeah, noise, fuel efficiency is a topic, grip is a topic. So basically for each different axle you develop new tires or a different tire, and each axle has their own requests and requirements. Yeah, sure.
So you do a lot of like cross-brand research, don't you, with different vehicle manufacturers on the track?
Absolutely, we are looking closely what the manufacturers need. We are looking closely into all the competition we have, what they are doing, what can we do. Also labeling is a topic, what we need to have to do there, and to see what's going on, and really to follow what is coming across in the next year. So tire developing is always a few years ahead than what you see here. So
well, like computer games, we don't know what's in the pipeline. And then very quickly, the last one I want to look at is, well, we're getting the weather and losing the light, but over here, one of my favourite tyres. This is the all-season van tyre, of course, for commercial vehicles. This is what I've got on my van now.
You have it on your van now. It's a fantastic product. So absolutely. I mean, the all-season market is growing and growing. So the needs for all-season tires, especially for the UK market, where you don't have really rough winters any longer.
Not massively rough.
Well, yeah, you're not in Sweden. Huh? So, yeah. Absolutely. So this product delivers an outstanding mileage. The grip is there. If it's a little bit more, how should I say, winterish, so it's a little bit more snowy or muddy or whatsoever, this product delivers a good grip, and as well then in the summer a little bit of comfort, or a little bit more of comfort. Yeah. And you know, everything is there, and you don't need to swap your tires any longer. So you just put them on and wear them out, and be happy.
Put some new ones on afterwards.
Afterwards, you just.
Because of course, there's a lot of places in Europe you have to change them twice a year, don't you? In for the summer, in for the winter. Over here, we just go for it.
Absolutely, and especially for the commercial side. I mean, the vans and the fleets and whatever.
You want them ready for as much as possible all the time.
Yeah, it can, but I mean, this product is non-directional. I don't know if you've seen it. Yes.
Yeah, no, there's no arrows on it,
Yeah,
so it's very interesting.
So
the tyre fitters can't get it the wrong way around if you're taking down the garage.
Yeah, and you have a little bit more benefits, especially for the bigger fleets. So if you have a breakdown, a spare, or you need a spare tyre,
it doesn't need to be on the right
side.
side.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be. You just put it on and.
Really
Sometimes
good
you need to
thinking.
be smart, yeah?
Innovation and efficiency are coming to you from GT Tyres. Seb, thank you very much for talking to us, and safe travels back for you.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you hopefully at Donington, right?
Donington for sure, absolutely.
Brilliant. Sebastian Bell from GT Tyres, a fantastic championship sponsor.
Here's the battle further back, 27 of Simon Nicholas, David Poulter, they're fighting.
Quickly becoming the norm, people seem to be able to remember their first ever race quite vividly. Brian, tell us, where was yours and how did it go?
Brands Hatch, 2014. I remember going up to Steve Powell's pub and I said to Steve, because he was quite friendly, Steve's good at welcoming new people in, probably why he's part of Truck Sport.
Yeah, especially at Brands.
Absolutely. So I went to Steve Powell's pub and he actually told me what gear to be in on the start, because like you don't really get the help, and you know you're left to your own devices, and you can't test these things because they're massive. So I remember Steve Vaughan coming up to me and being very clear that, look, you'll start front back at grid. You'll start from the back of the grid.
Yeah. Delete the other bits, the words he might have used at the time.
You'll start from the back of the grid due to safety concerns.
Right.
This is gospel truth. Steve Powell told me the gear to be in. I gears it up, stokes it up on the start.
He actually asked me, I didn't just tell him. He asked me.
All hell broke loose because these things have got some power.
Oh, they're big.
It was the Sisu that I bought off Andy Lovenbury. And I snatched gear, and you know what? This is gospel truth. And you got ask him about it because he'll tell you the story. I drove straight up the middle of everyone, and I was leading the race after turn one.
I can believe it.
I think I've finished the race in second or third. And Adam Bink come up to me after the race, and I'm like, I'm on top of the world. This is the best thing I've ever been involved in. This was the magical moment of my life. And he comes up to me after and he goes, are you wired up? I'm like, what? I've just done a fantastic job. He went, you have just smashed into every single person. And do you know what? I was like, you're crazy, mate. What are you talking about? I've done nothing wrong. And watch the footage back now, and I tip-tapped it.
That's amazing.
And Adam Bibb was absolutely right. And do you know what he said to me? I'll never forget it. He went, you'll learn the hard way, and walked off. And you know what? That was my first encounter with Adam, and it was you can't, you know how we are now to how we was, you can't understand the control or the power on these things. And I tell you what, it says a lot for having no fear at the time as well.
Oh, completely oblivious to what could go wrong.
Completely oblivious to what could go wrong. And you know what? It could have ended in massive tears.
A lot of cost, I know that.
I got out and I was just the happiest I've ever been in my life. It was crazy.
And then Adam Biggs shoots you down. You know you're not supposed to hit everybody.
The trophy was amazing. And
what? Because you used to do a bit of drifting back in the day. What got you from cars to trucks?
I'll make it pretty quick. My dad used to be the head mechanic for a company called Translator. Translator was owned by a guy called Ken Howard, race truck fanatic, racing fanatic. As a kid I used to go. Their two drivers at the time was Barry Lee and Paul McCumsky, and one was in a silver ERF, one was in a gold ERF, and I used to go as a kid, and this is gospel truth. I was doing drifting and I got to finals of the British Open Drifting Championship, and it's a judge of fact, so they just score you.
Oh, they watch you whilst you do it. There's a lot of criteria.
I didn't want it. I lost. Maybe I was being a bit mardy. I genuinely thought I won, as you do, being competitive.
Of course.
My brother rings me. This is crazy because I'm on the way back from Pembrey, because that's where the grand finals was. And my brother rings me and he goes, "Guess where I am?" And I went, "Where?" He went, "Truck racing." 2 days later, I met the infamous Andy Lovebury and I owned a Sisu.
Oh, for goodness
sake. And the rest is history. But I'm a firm believer that our paths are road, and every individual have got something that they're amazing at. And I'm just blessed that I think I've found what I'm good at.
It certainly seems like that from the outside looking in, but how funny as well that every driver we've spoken to about the reason they got into truck racing essentially makes it sound like they were in the wrong place at the right time and getting duped into buying a racing truck.
Look, it's a sport. I've got other forms of motorsport, tested different formulas. There is nothing else compared to truck racing, and I think I mentioned it to you earlier, you know, with the organisers, Thruxton and the tyre of Steve Thomas, and Steve Powell himself, and everything that you're building with the bigger branding, the sponsors, like Jenkins, Northside MD, it's bringing bigger names, no walkthroughs.
Yeah, I was literally, as soon as you started talking about sponsorship, I was like, I want to talk about the front grille of your truck, because that's exciting, right?
I think for that branding to be involved with this sport is massive. It's an industry that they need to utilise. Keith Sims will now be a franchisee.
Ah, right.
In fact, just have.
So what are we doing with Milwaukee?
Well, we're becoming heavy duty seller, retailer for Milwaukee.
Which, for just people that know, it's obviously going to be like big gadugga guns rather than your little 12-volt screwdrivers and stuff.
It's the entire range, but what it is, we're going to concentrate very heavily on introducing the products into the commercial vehicle industry, where they've not really been, played that much of a part.
I mean, a lot of guys use their kit. You know, you see a lot of fitters and stuff with the half-inch and three-quarter-inch impact guns and stuff. But there's so much more that they offer that you think they could really get out there, especially into racing and haulage as a whole.
Oh, definitely, and it's been an absolute whirlwind sort of. I'll say romance actually. You know, myself and Gavin was down at the commercial vehicle show this year.
You was?
Yeah. Got talking to the guys on the stand. We initially was looking for something where we could introduce a scheme for us technicians and as apprentices to give them toolkits and everything of a good quality, and it's just grown and grown and grown to where now we'll have every one of our sites with displays in there, and we've already got quite an account set up, so it's been brilliant really. So it's something completely new, and the offshoot of that is they're really, really interested in motorsport as well, so.
Isn't that helpful? Isn't that
And the sport, I mean, you've been here some time.
been a few years.
The sport is growing at a rapid rate of knots.
We are attracting so many people now, it's incredible. In fact, since we've had GD Plus with the GB Fuels biofuel in the tanks, we've had MAN Truck and Bus come on now. They've never really wanted anything to do with it based on the eco-friendly side of things, and it's like now we're obviously a greener sport. There's people coming left, right and centre to talk to us.
And back to the organisers, what they do with the show trucks at Donington, it gives every truck driver, because I always look at truck drivers, everything that you see around you was delivered on a truck. So the organisers now are giving us back drivers who we can talk to, interact with, and they've got someone to follow away from their driving job, because truckers are truckers. Tonight we're going out to judge the best truck.
Yeah, well, the champion's choice.
Yeah. And you know what? The time that they take putting into cleaning them and stuff when it's going to rain as well is, you know what, it's a credit to them. So, and it keeps the roads going in this country. And
it's true. It's true. I think with the champion's choice, you take a bottle of water with you and just pour a little bit down the door and see which one beads up the best. We're like, winner.
Well, what I do now is, you know what, I look under the fifth wheel. We look at the steps. We look at, honestly, and if you get 2 minutes to do a bit of videoing on it,
you've got to go really deep on it. We will be going over there tomorrow.
There is. I mean, at Pembrey, me, Gavin, and Keith all scored. We had an opinion, and we all joined and made the decision. This truck was a 1970.
Oh no, it was the ERF, wasn't it?
Yes.
ERF EC
1989, was it?
1989, yeah.
1989 F. But honestly, the time and precision that they put into it was worthy of a trophy, and they came for that trophy on the Sunday, as you know. And they was absolutely delighted.
They're always so happy to come up on stage and grab that trophy, especially the champion's choice, because it's and it sounds like you're becoming a bit of a truck show judge yourself, Ryan. We might see you on the circuit soon.
Touche, touche, sir, touche. Fantastic.
Right, Ryan, thank you very much. Keith, thank you very much. What's your name again? Dan, Gavin. Gavin's over there as well. Let's go and find some more drivers. I'm really loving getting to know what goes on behind the drivers and where they've come from and why on earth they got involved in British truck racing. So we're down here by the Total Care flag with Steve from Total Care, one of our new championship sponsors for the 2023 season. Now, Steve, we spoke to you a little bit at Brands Hatch, and I personally think you did fantastically. I'm just going to put it out there.
Very generous. I appreciate that.
It is generous, but it's okay.
Try my best. I'm not a natural.
I think you are a natural. I think it's fine. You've come to visit us here now at Convoy on the plane, and we saw you actually recently at RTX over at Stoneleigh Park, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We did Road Transport Expo at Stoneleigh for the second year running. So, yeah, it was a good opportunity to showcase all our equipment, lifting equipment, brake testing, tyre changes, the works. It was good for us.
It really is, and it's a great avenue into truck racing as well, to be getting into people's garages, because there are so many haulage firms in this paddock that if you even get a couple into each one, it's surely got to be a great business opportunity for you.
100%. I mean, that's a big part of why we're involved in the BTRC for starters. You only have to look at the show trucks on display here at Thruxton as well.
Yes, we'll get to you in a minute.
You've got to get the branding in.
We'll get to you in a minute.
As a marketing manager, I'm loving that. That's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Told the flag to do that. You put him up to it, didn't
you? As I was saying, the show trucks here at Thruxton, a large number of those are existing customers of ours. Slurred my speech a little bit. I'm a couple of pints in.
It's fine.
I do apologise.
You just don't need to tell that bit. We cut them in out. It's fine. I mean, it is an event. It's a social atmosphere. That's the whole point in coming along, isn't it?
We're here for a good time, not a long time.
Good time. So let's get back to the equipment, because I'm still really impressed. And actually, since I first met you at Brands Hatch, we've even seen your products on Inside the Factory. We watched that on BBC. It's fantastic. Greg Wallace goes through the makings of a bus, and literally, in every single angle that they filmed at, there it was, a Total Care lift in the background. I was like, I know that guy.
Yeah, that was great. That's one of Alexander Dennis's assembly plants for bus and coach. That's a big industry for us, as well as truck racing. We also do a lot in waste recycling, heavy recovery as well, heavy haulage. So it was great to see the lifts in operation there. Whether it's repair and maintenance or assembly, you know, they come into their own. Really.
How long has Total Care been about? Because obviously I only know about you this year, which obviously means it's great, it's working already. But how long has it been in the industry?
So we started in 1953 as like a materials handling company, and then in 1980 we started manufacturing our own mobile column lifts. That's what we've always been known for, and then our product range has expanded in maybe the last 15 years, and 5 years ago it really started to take off. So we moved into testing brake testers, tyre changes, head-up testers, smoke meters.
And of course everything's portable, isn't it?
Well, not everything. We do a lot of vehicle pits. We manufacture our own pits now, which is really exciting for us. We're looking forward to seeing how that's going to grow for us. But yeah, so anywhere you want to get underneath a vehicle, whether it's lifting, mobile, whether you want a fixed lift, or whether you want to get underneath by installing a permanent pit, we could offer that.
And we are hopefully going to get to see around the factory. Of course, if people want to get to know a little bit more about Total Care, what's your Instagram?
I think it's just at Total Care. We recently changed it, to be honest. It may be at Total Care Limited.
I know if you search Total Care, if you search Total Care, care with a K, don't forget, look, you've got to have a K in it. Total Care with a K on Instagram, you will be able to find them and follow their journey. They do a lot of little interviews around the offices and around the factory, and I think it's a really interesting business that I think a lot of people still might not know about. And of course that's the whole point in doing things like this, sponsoring a great championship like the BTRC and getting your name out there.
That was a lot to take in.
Just say yeah.
Yes, 100%.
There we go. Steve, thanks for joining us, mate. You did great. So down here in Parc Ferme, fresh from the race earlier on this morning at Thruxton, we're here with third place podium winner Ryan Smith. Now Ryan, you started quite far back in the pack, I believe, and I think a lot of the spectators believe you actually like it further back because it's such a challenge and more of a tussle to get to the front.
If I could afford the damage, I'd like it every race, but you do get a few touches and it creates a little bit of damage, which then gets expensive. But you know, racing's difficult, especially in these monsters, but that were a good race. I think my Arnie come on the radio and said Steve Powell's 8 or 10 seconds in front, and I said, well, the crowd's paid a lot of money, let's have a go at try and closing him. Last lap I got to him.
It was so close.
Bit of a thing for the crowd where I went to go around the outside. I was never going to go to cab to cab and spoil his race.
No.
Stuart drove well. Congratulations to Steve Powell and the team. They drove really well and deserved the first and second place. We just got stuck in traffic too early. By the time we'd cleared all the traffic, I say traffic with respect,
yeah.
These guys are proper good.
They're flying along this season, aren't they?
Yeah, and Thruxton's about balls. I don't mean it in a...
No, but it's true. It's a very fast circuit, and there's it's all about late braking, getting down on the inside if you think you can handle it, or even round the outside if you can carry that momentum.
Yeah, and everyone's pretty same here. There's 2 braking points, 2 acceleration points, the rest flat out. So to make that time up is quite difficult. So a big time round here would be quite difficult. But like I said, we're delighted to get on the podium. Fastest lap, which is another point. Delighted, and good day's racing, and it's good to see Steve Powell back on the podium.
Indeed, it certainly is. I'm sure he's thrilled. We got to him straight away in Cav, so he's very happy with that. Grid walk will be going out later on today. You're looking forward to that? It's certainly a firm favourite with everybody here on circuit.
Absolutely, it gives all the fans a chance to get close up to the monsters. I say monsters in a good term. It gives all the guys a chance to get around the trucks, have a look what we've done, see the differences, different setups, and meet the drivers. Which, high-profile sports like truck racing, we're a family championship. Everybody's welcome. We make time for everyone, and looking forward to the grid walk.
I'm looking forward to the grid walk as well. If you want to check in on the grid walk later on, we will be doing that at 2:05, so that will probably be going live. So we'll probably see you all later on. Ryan Smith, thank you very much for talking to us, buddy. Cheers. I don't know why he keeps calling me Robert. Who's that? So down here now with Craig Evans. Craig, we spoke to you earlier on, had a nice little chat. We didn't think this was going to happen, but we hoped it would. Third place. You started at the front. We got knocked back quite early on.
Yeah, no, it was an absolutely blistering start. Reverse grid. We started third. Cracking start, got up to first. A few mistakes here and there, and driving, and it was good.
It was good, but you held the position. You were under a bit of pressure, but you carried on going, you carried on pushing, which I think was the most important thing. And of course, first official trophy of the weekend.
Yeah, we can hold our hands up and accept this one. with a smile on her face.
I'm looking forward to seeing you on the podium, and with the reverse grids the way they are today, do you know where you're starting for the second race of Sunday?
I think we're third again, so the same place, so hopefully same start.
This time we might be able to maybe climb that ladder a little bit.
Well, we'll try and hold them off for a bit longer, eh?
Yeah, I reckon we'll be seeing you in the top 2 this week. Oh, come on now, you can do this. Teamwork.
We'll go top 2.
Craig, thank you very much. He's doing it for us. He's doing it for you. Thanks very much for joining us, Craig Evans, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you ready now then to hand out some trophies? Absolutely brilliant. We're still working on the enthusiasm level, but we're getting there, Right then, we've now been joined by all Alpha drivers, which is fantastic to see. Thank you very much for being here. Let's have a look then, of course, as a tradition dictates, we are going for Division 2, 3rd place, which is a very special treat. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Craig Evans. Myself and Team GT have also taken the opportunity to pre-adjust the hats, so they should go straight on. Right then, and in second place, taking the real silver, ladies and gentlemen, is Adam Bint. Adam's very good job. And taking home the gold for the first race of Sunday's Pembrey. Very good, sir, very good. Make sure you get your photographs, get those hats on, raise those trophies, and make some more noise for Division 2 top 3. Before we let you go, we're changing the rules now, Craig, just to let you know. You can say what you like as long as it's short, okay? So, thoughts on the race?
Amazing.
Amazing. See, you're all going one word this week. Go on, Paul.
100 miles an hour.
100 miles, yes, focus.
Fast and exciting.
Fast and exciting. Lovely. Round of applause for these 3 gentlemen. Thank you very much. Right then, now on to Division 1, and with the bronze trophy. I love how they've colour-coded the trophies, by the way, this weekend. I think it's a great idea. It was your idea, was it, Steve? Brilliant. I like the one you've got. I'm glad you didn't get the bronze, if you know what I mean. However, in 3rd place, who did get the bronze? Put your hands together for Ryan Smith. Here he is, enter stage left. And what a sterling effort he put in to catch up with the rest of the pack the way he did, starting so far back. But of course, in 2nd place, are you going to make some noise for Steve Powell? Well done, mate. Probably didn't need to adjust his hat, but but taking his first place for the weekend. Put your hands together for Stuart Oliver. Oh dear me. Right, let's get those trophies in the air, hats on your heads, and make some noise for Division 1 top 3. And then we'll get our thoughts for the race from Ryan Smith. Content, I like that.
Age is but a number.
Age is but a number, very strong words. Easy. Well, was that easy? You should have got 1st place, Steve. Right, round of applause for your drivers. And of course, thank you very much to all of you guys for joining us. Just to let you grid walk after the lunch break at 2:05. So if you want to be involved in that, make sure you're in the right place. And of course, the next race of today will be at 2. Here at the podium, we'll see you all very soon.
The day's over, the racing is done. Another fantastic result for Paul Rivette, taking the 1st place for the 2nd time. I have to be careful how I say that. I usually mix it up. They go, you got 2nd place again. You're like, whoa. Fantastic day for Saturday. This interview is probably going to be going out before the race tomorrow, so it'll be Sunday when people see this. So how did you sleep?
I'm actually sleeping in the back of my work van, but I'm sleeping just fine in there. So
that's good. I've had the tour actually. It's a handy little setup now.
Oh, it's not even that one. That one's beating the dust. I'm
Oh
literally
no!
in the work van.
Oh dear. Yeah, well, we've all been there. So again, 2 trophies in your first day at Thruxton. Brilliant results. I feel like the team are really getting behind you, and we had a new anti-roll bar fitted on the Saturday, well the Friday night in fact. Do we think that's made a significant difference?
Yeah, it has made a significant difference, and thank you very much, Craig Evans, for helping us out. Well, actually, Craig Reed for helping us out with that one. But yeah, it has made a difference. We've still got to do more with the truck. Understeering that race was absolutely terrible, and it was just a case of managing it from the front. But still seem to have the pace on some of the Division 1 boys, and
yeah, it's interesting to see, and you're not the only person commenting on that. It's strange. Are they slow or are you fast? I think it might be a little combination of the both of them, to be honest, but you are certainly nipping at the heels.
Yeah, I think the progression that everybody's making in Division 2 with the trucks and just moving forward and the standard of driving, it's getting higher and higher, so we've just got to keep it up and keep the momentum going.
This is it. I mean, whereabouts are you in the overall championship? Do you concentrate on things like that, or you just get through the year and see what you get?
I think we were third coming into it. I don't know where we are now. I haven't really looked at it much. For me, it's head down at the moment. I just want to try and win as much as I can. We're 4 in a row now, and hopefully by the end of tomorrow it'll be 7 in a row, but that's easier said than done, of course.
Well, of course it is, and to think where you came from as well as the issues you had at Brands Hatch at the beginning of the year. We didn't even think you'd be racing at Brands, and to get on the track at all was a miracle.
Yeah, Brands was a case of sort of scrambling what we could out of the weekend, unfortunately, but that has put us on the back foot. But yeah, this Napa Racing UK truck, it's just getting better and better. So's the team. I'm understanding more and more driving these and on the engineering side as well. And and thank you to everybody in the paddock that's been helping us out as well and teaching me. It's been a big learning curve, obviously, big in more ways than one, but and it's just been fantastic. So I've got to thank everybody knows who they are that's helped me. So a massive
everybody who knows, and I'll show you who they are. Come with me, John. Monkey was seen rearranging himself on TV a little while ago. Monkey, come on in. He's on the team. Monkey, come on over here. We've got some more people. We keep saying Napa family, but we never show anybody else. Jill Folks is running away. She's lovely. We got Wayne Eason and Andrew Fulcher here now. These guys are heading up the Napa truck racing team. You are. He just hangs around next to you, right?
Making me look good.
He does a fantastic job. Obviously, both of you guys have got a British truck racing heritage behind you. You've been here, you've done it, you've got several.
We're legends. We are legends.
Absolute legends. Your legends. Oh, careful. Now, I mean, with regards to running the team and obviously having that experience, what kind of driving tips have you been given? Because we all know obviously Paul's had more driving, I think, with the Clios and yourself, Wayne, as well. To come across to trucks, obviously it's a slightly different ball game, isn't it?
To be fair, he doesn't need it, to be fair, mate. He's just always been such a durable driver, so he doesn't really need that bit of guidance. A lot of it maybe is a bit more understanding the chassis, but as far as the driving goes, he doesn't need that well, mate.
We've never actually told him that though, so this has now ruined that, hasn't it? Of course.
Oh, we don't let him see it. It's fine. As long as you keep him away from TV for the next 10 to 15 minutes, it's okay. This won't go out till tomorrow anyways. It's Sunday now, effectively, so he won't know it's happened at all.
That's good. That's better.
And with regards to how we started the year, Andrew, with obviously all the issues we had, you've got to be a little bit more relaxed. Are we starting to settle in now and figure out to concentrate on the racing?
Well, the truck wasn't where we wanted it to be at Brands. We have to admit that it was a shame. It was a rough start. 3 gearboxes in.
That's a lot of gearbox in a day.
In a day was the guys. It's like F1 tyre changes. The guys can do gearboxes in the shortest time possible now. But yeah, it was a rough start. But we're improving the truck every round. Obviously, it's beginning to show now. It's a shame for us. It's a shame for Paul because obviously we started on a bit of a back foot after Brands in terms of the championship points. But we'll keep plugging away. All we want to do now is just keep winning, keep the points coming in, and see how we go.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be in it to win it, and it just goes to show that reliability is a massive factor in the trucks as well, because as soon as you start losing races or not finishing races, more importantly, especially with such a small pack in the Division 2, it can make a huge difference, can't it?
Oh, massive. Yeah, absolutely massive. There's no margin for error, but the biggest thing is it's not how you start the championship, it's how you finish it. So now it's head down, learn from all what's gone on, put it right, and just keep going forwards.
And then Wayne, just focusing on a bit of your background, what's going on in the shadows. What are you focusing just on the trucks this year, or have you still got other championships going on?
No. I'm looking after the Napa Mini team, so we run the JCWs and the trophy cars. So luckily enough, this weekend we're not racing, so I get to come here and put my feet up in the motorhome and watch all these guys.
It's come to annoy me. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's just, to be fair, it's just that extra pair of eyes and that gives Andrew a help, bit of setup info and so on and so forth. But no, the mini team thing, going back to the minis, going well. We won last time out all with little Jamie Osborne, bless his heart. So. It's good.
Yeah, because your young'uns racing one of those, isn't it?
Callum's racing. Yeah, he was here with the touring cars. Had a really good race until he got caught up in someone else's accident. But yeah, he's really finding his feet now. Bless him.
So one to watch, certainly. Well,
just all thanks to Napa, obviously, in terms of Napa for all they do. Because I know you've been talking to Paul probably about the Napa family.
We've heard about Napa a little bit.
and obviously they did run away, most of them, because they're a bit camera shy. But
bless them.
Napa racing is
family atmosphere. The Napa thing, mate.
Absolutely.
Well, fantastic to speak to you guys. Nice to see some team behind the action. Of course, speak to a couple of old drivers. We'll say old. I mean, they used to do it.
Legends.
We're not finished yet, mate.
Watch this space.
We're coming back to mix it up, mate. Don't you worry about that.
Napa has 3 trucks on the grid next year.
There haven't been enough trucks in the gravel yet, you see, this season, so we'll come back and put that right.
Already start line incidents here, mate.
Whoa. I'll let you two sort that one out between yourselves. Right, let's go and see now if we can find some more drivers in the paddock to have a word with about their first driving experiences. Here in the Parc Fermé again, and of course we've just finished the second race of Saturday, and the heat certainly got to some drivers more than others.
It has.
Craig, we spoke to you yesterday. It's essentially Sunday. It's Sunday now, everybody. Okay, it's Sunday. So we spoke to you guys yesterday. Well, Sunday when some of them passed the finish. I know that.
Yeah. I don't know what happened at that start, but. It was. I think someone at the front was backing us up. That's where it all started.
So who was that? Who was holding him up? Who was it?
Someone was definitely backing us up, Penny. Because I come out to get the launch on Bradley, and it was just everyone was in limp mode.
Bradley, come over here a second. Come and you could stand in front of Craig essentially, just not let him pass.
We are the young ones. Me and Michael hang around with him because he's the young ones.
This is the young box. Is that what it is? Here comes Grandad.
These are the old guys. The legend. We are the up and coming.
That's right.
I don't know where we're going to get there though.
Yeah, no, I think you'll be fine. They'll start to forget which way is the right way around eventually, and you can just drive past them the opposite direction.
Yeah, definitely.
How much pressure did you feel with Craig on your tail the entire race?
Yeah, no, Craig was hot on my heels, and he actually hit me, but I didn't even feel it. I didn't even know, but it's a good race.
The adrenaline.
Michael and Craig was pushing me, and we've got round.
Just give him a little glance. It was a love tap.
A love tap. We like a love tap. As long as it doesn't end in flags, we're okay. And Michael, I personally saw a very close right at the beginning of the race. You were right up the side of Dave Jenkins, and all of a sudden you were like, "Oh no!" And then you had to start. It felt like you stopped.
What happened? Dave is a dirty puller driver.
Oh, dirty
He's
driver.
got lights on the back of his cab.
Right.
And he just knocked them off, and I went, "Oh God, I've got to go."
Oh no!
I've got to go.
Whistles.
Yeah.
It's a rave.
No, fair enough. I messed up there a bit.
I mean, in a nutshell, he cheated and got away with it.
What's a bit? In my defence. But
it doesn't matter because he's.
I went forward. I went back, and I still beat these two. That's it.
Right, I think that's it. That's a wrap for us down here in Parc Fermé.
Back to the studio.
What he said. So, back down here in Tom O'Rourke's tent, we are on the hunt to find the stories behind the men and women, of course, of the British Truck Racing Championship. And we want to know what your first race was for the trucks, where it was, how it went, what went on.
My first race was in the Nürburgring in Germany, and I started at the back, like Neil did today, and I finished 8th. So, and I came into pretty much a standing ovation, and it's went backwards ever since. Really.
And what got you into truck racing originally? What was that first spark that went, oh, I know what I'll do, I'll race one?
I came to Convoy in the park, and I brought our hospitality unit and 3 or 4 trucks for sale. And to be honest, I was there to sell lorries, if I'm being really honest.
It's business, is what you did.
Yeah, and the truck racing was on, a mate of mine says, come and watch this. And as soon as I seen it, I thought, oh wow. And I was fascinated, so I stayed the night, went down, spoke to a few teams, and then within probably 2 weeks, I think, I'd sponsored Jenkins. And then I watched them throughout the year, brought a few customers, bits and pieces. And then then it was the year after that I decided to buy Shane Brereton's truck when it came up.
Nice piece of kit, yeah.
It was. And I should have stuck with that. But when you're a bit older and you've not got that much time left to race, you want the best you can get.
Of course,
so,
yeah.
So I then changed it, and that's where my problems have been, really, you know. So I need to stick with this and just, you know, get a bit of confidence back in the truck and a bit of race pace. And so yeah, that's
confidence in the vehicle, I think with any series is the most important. You've got to know your machine, trust your machine.
Yeah. And I've sort of probably fell into the sort of trap where, you know, you think by replacing the equipment, you know, it's going to be, you're really far better to stick to what you've got and work at it. So that would be my advice to anybody coming into the truck.
The advice is there, learn what you've got, don't just keep changing.
Don't be a spoiled boy. You know, and go.
I mean, you don't have to buy a second truck. We could go many a time in the past where drivers have spent the winter season completely overhauling their truck, thinking it's going to make it better. Exactly, and they come back and it's like, I've ruined this now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, quite a lot of changing. I mean, we've got the Rood engine at the minute, and it's very different to a petrofitter. I've only ever drove a petrofitter, so we've had a load of problems with it. So we're a wee bit sort of cheesed off in that at the minute.
We'll get there. We will get there. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Watch this space. Right. Well, Tom, thank you very much for talking to us.
I finished that race anyway.
You did. You got through all. You got them. Yeah. Well, actually, whilst we're on it, what happened to the first one? What happened?
It just wouldn't start. You know, and Adam Bint came and
You need the engine running to finish a race.
You do, it tends to help. So Adam Bint came last night and downloaded the new software, and we made the fair mistake, never started the engine. And of course, first thing this morning, 9 o'clock, you know, it wouldn't go. So,
you're going to turn it off and back on again?
Oh no, well we tried that, we tried to reboot it. And then we were
can of petrol and a lighter and fix it pretty quick. Thanks for talking to us, Tom. Tom O'Rourke, and we'll be seeing more from him this weekend, of course. It is Rood engine powered MAN from Shane Brereton. Once upon a time, not the one he replaced with, the one he replaced it with.
No, believe it or not, that one was with John Newell.
John Newell's one as well. Goodness sake. Slow down, Tom.
No.
Tell you what, next time you get the urge, just give me the money instead. Right, that's what he wants to. So we're down here by the Total Care flag with Steve from Total Care, one of our new championship sponsors for the 2023 season. Now, Steve, we spoke to you a little bit at Brands Hatch, and I personally think you did fantastic. I'm just going to put it out there.
Very generous, I appreciate that.
It is generous, but it's okay.
I try my best, I'm not a natural.
I think you are a natural, I think it's fine. You've come to visit us here now at Convoy on the plane, and we saw you actually recently at RTX over at Stoneleigh Park, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We did the Road Transport Expo at Stoneleigh for the second year running, so yeah, it was a good opportunity to showcase all our equipment, lifting equipment, brake testing, tyre changes, the works. It was good for us.
It really is, and it's a great avenue into truck racing as well, to be getting into people's garages, because there are so many haulage firms in this paddock that if you even get a couple into each one, it's surely got to be a great business opportunity for you.
100%. I mean, that's a big part of why we're involved in the BTRC for starters. You only have to look at the show trucks on display here at Thruxton as well.
We'll get to you in a minute.
You've got to get the branding in.
We'll get to you in a minute.
As a marketing manager, I'm loving that. That's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Told the flag to do that. Did you put him up to it, didn't
So yeah, as I was saying, the show trucks here at Thruxton, a large number of those are existing customers of ours. So I must speak to you a little bit. I'm a couple of pints.
It's fine.
I do apologise.
You just don't need to tell that bit. We cut them out. It's fine. I mean, it is an event. It's a social atmosphere. That's the whole point in coming along, isn't it?
We're here for a good time, not a long time.
Good time. So let's get back to the equipment, because I'm still really impressed And actually, since I first met you at Brands Hatch, we've even seen your products on Inside the Factory. We watched that on BBC. It's fantastic. Greg Wallace goes through the makings of a bus, and literally at every single angle that they filmed at, there it was, a Total Care lift in the background. I was like, I know that guy, I know that guy.
Yeah, that was great. That's one of Alexander Dennis's assembly plants for bus and coach. That's a big industry for us, as well as truck racing. We also do a lot in waste recycling, heavy recovery as well, heavy haulage. Yeah, so it's great to see the lifts in operation there. Whether it's repair and maintenance or assembly, they come into their own.
How long has Total Care been about? Because obviously I only know about you this year, which obviously means it's great, it's working already. But how long has it been in the industry?
So we started in 1953
Wow.
as like a materials handling company, and then in 1980 we started manufacturing our own mobile column lifts. That's what we've always been known for, and then our product range has expanded in maybe the last 15 years, and 5 years ago it really started to take off. So we moved into testing brake testers, tyre changes, handle testers, smoke meters.
And of course everything's portable, isn't it?
Well, not everything. We do a lot of vehicle pits. We manufacture our own pits now, which is really exciting for us. We're looking forward to seeing how that's going to grow for us. But yeah, so anywhere you want to get underneath a vehicle, whether it's lifting, mobile, whether you want a fixed lift, or whether you want to get underneath by installing a permanent pit, we can offer that.
And we are hopefully going to get to see around the factory. Of course, if people want to get to know a little bit more about Total Care, what's your Instagram?
I think it's just at Total Care. We recently changed it, to be honest. It may be at Total Care Limited.
I know, if you search Total Care, if you search Total Care, care with a K, don't forget, there's got to have a K in it. Total Care with a K on Instagram, you will be able to find them and follow their journey. They do a lot of little interviews around the offices and around the factory, and I think it's a really interesting business that I think a lot of people still might not know about. And of course, that's the whole point of doing things like this, sponsoring a great championship like the BTRC and getting your name out there.
That was a lot to take in.
Just say yeah.
Yes, 100%.
There we go. Steve, thanks for joining us, mate. You did great. Right, we've caught up with Adam Bint, Division 2 driver, taking a couple of trophies home already this weekend. Adam, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's good. We need to improve a bit tomorrow, but the weather conditions have been changing, so we made a gamble with a dry set this morning, which it was a wet setup, but the second race was a bit better.
I think hot drivers and hot trucks have been at play today, haven't they? Both of which are struggling a lot in these changing conditions.
Yes, yeah. Everybody's here to do the same job, and we've all got to deal with the same thing, but sometimes it is a luck of the draw when you're stuck behind someone, whether you start to overheat your tyres and stuff like that.
Not ideal at all. Now, we want you to look back into the past if you can, and see if you can remember your first ever race as a British truck racing truck driver. Not like as a spectator or as a boy. Which one did you first race in? Where, when, how did it go?
2011 Brands Hatch. The weekend started off well, and in the last race of the weekend I rolled it onto the roof at Paddock Hill and back onto its wheels.
And how did the truck feel after that?
I'd had the roof cut off, reshaped, and a lot of work done.
Oh wow, that's a lot. But you've been better since then.
Yeah, a lot better. We've won a championship in 2016, so
massive improvements. Well, but thank you very much. And one more question, sorry, just about that. I know you've got to go. What was it that made you think truck racing? Yes, I'm going to race these.
Young and stupid. I was 20 when I brought it, and I couldn't race till I was 21. But I'm a HGV mechanic, and I had money to burn in my pocket, so I thought I'd buy one and go and do it.
Right, the start of many ill choices. Right, Adam Bint, thank you very much. Thank you for sticking with it so many years as well. Adam Bint, too much money, not enough sense. And now this is a part of the part Ferme that not many people get to see and appreciate. If you pan right now, John, just gently without anybody noticing, you'll see the rare spotted truck racing drivers talking freely among themselves, showing that camaraderie and friendship does come above all else. Father and son team, Michael and Stuart Oliver, along with mechanics, all wearing interesting high-vis jackets for this weekend, of course. But it's nice to show you that they get along very well when they're not on camera. If we pan to the left, we'll see Ryan Smith talking to Bradley Smith about, no relation by the way, about some racing lines, giving tips, giving hints. They're against each other on that circuit and they will do anything to get ahead. But when the flag comes down, it's incredible to see the support and that friendly environment that actually is in the paddock. So I just wanted you all to see that, because usually if I walk over with the microphone, they're all like, oh, scatter, interview time. But really, that's what it's about. Friends, racing trucks, and a good weekend for everybody that's involved. I just wanted to show you that. Tune back in later for more. Oh, and don't forget, sorry John, sorry, but don't forget, we've still got the competition running for the merch pack. If you do want to be within a chance of winning that merch pack from the BTRC, then make sure you comment below, "We love BTRC," and we will pick somebody out of the hat just after the lunch break. So get commenting. Time for a quick throwback now to a few weeks ago at Pembrey Circuit, when I had a chance to catch up with John Powell regarding his sponsorship, and of course now the championship sponsorship with GB Plus Fuels, of course the GD Plus that we use in all of the race trucks today. Let's have a word with him and see what's going on in the tanks at this year's British Truck Racing Championship. Smashes and crashes and explosive engines saw us finish Brands Hatch weekend for the last meeting of the British Truck Racing Championships. But here we are at sunny South Wales at Pembrey Circuit. Welcome to the British Truck Racing Championship.
The grid reads as follows. The front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7, Stuart Oliver. Two men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the two MANs of number 69, David Jenkins, and 3 of Stephen Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith in the 46, alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco. Row 4, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN, and number 68, Craig Reed, the second of the brothers, in the Iveco Stralis. Row 5, the two Scotsmen, Jock Borthwick, number 32, and 86 of Tom O'Rourke, with his MAN. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 95, Ricky Collett, the man from Yorkshire. Great to see Ricky Collett back out after his engine blow up in the first round at Brands Hatch. He lines up alongside number 92, Simon Faulkner, with his Iveco. The final row of Division 1, 41, Simon Cole, used to race the Mercedes-Benz, or the Mercedes Beast as he called it, in Division 2. Lines up alongside number 14, John Bowler, another Division 2 graduate, with his MAN. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, alongside Adam Bint, our camera truck, with the Volvo White Aerodyne. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, still looking for his first win, Division 2, in his MAN, alongside Paul Rivette, the former British touring car racer and Renault Clio multiple champion, with his MAN. That's the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. And at the back of the grid, number 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett in his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Form up 2 by 2, then down Speedway Straight, up to the flick of Carter's Curve, then onto Honda Curve. About to start our first truck race of the weekend here at Convoy, Cymru. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them round. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship of 2023. The revs beginning to rise then. Can Ryan Smith start as he means to go on? Is it going to be Stuart Oliver, or will we see a new winner? Powell and Bint divided the Division 2 wins at Brands Hatch. The pace truck is into pit lane. Here we go, they're almost ready to go racing on the Pembrey circuits. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go, the power comes on and we're underway. Convoy Cymru is go, side by side between Smith and Oliver. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Ryan Smith who takes the early lead. Stephen Powell comes barreling down the outside in the MAN. One of the Reeds is up there as well in the Iveco. They fling their way through the hairpin. There's contact already. Bradley Smith made a bad start. He's been clipped by Jock Borthwick. 3 into 1 didn't go through the hairpin for the first time. Everybody else looks to be round okay. I think Adam Bint is leading in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell with a good start up into third place in the HGV Direct MAN as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. David Jenkins is in fourth place. They've broken away as a result of that schmozzle further back at the hairpin. Bradley Smith has been able to hold fifth position in the number 46, then Jock Borthwick. Seventh is Michael Oliver. We've got a tangle at the back. That's Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke. They've gone onto the rallycross course on the infield. Now we'll see if we can see what happened further back. And Tom O'Rourke goes straight into the side of Michael Oliver. So that's what happened. He went spinning out. Oliver saved it. And Ricky Collett had nowhere to go. Went off rallycrossing. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint. He's going well up there in, well, he's in 8th overall now. He's picked up another place. I think we've lost Michael Oliver, that's why. He's not come through on that lap. So Michael Oliver and Providence are on board with Adam Bint. He's won here in Division 2 several times in the past, and the lead gap has come down a little there. A little? It's come down a lot, because Stuart Oliver now right on the tail of Ryan Smith. Whether he's had a moment out on the back of the circuit there, I'm not sure, but Stuart Oliver's caught him. They come through to complete lap number 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Stuart Oliver gets the fastest lap this time through. He's going for the lead. Over the line they go. Yes, Brian Smith lost 2 seconds on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for the Daimler Freightliner, but Stuart Oliver's ready to attack for the lead. Down into the right-hander hairpin at Hatchets, and the 2 MANs closing up as well of Powell and Jenkins. It's only less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 now. It was 2 seconds covering the top 2 last time through. Ryan Smith getting back up to speed then. I thought he had a problem towards the end of that lap. He backed up dramatically, but now he's pulling away again. 2 trucks into the pits on that lap. Michael Oliver's pulled in, so has Ricky Collett after that tangle on the opening lap, so it looks like they're out of it. Tom O'Rourke is still going, I think, but a long way back. Coming up to complete their 6th lap. Here are the leaders, and Stuart Oliver's closed in again a little. Yep, he's going to have another go at Ryan Smith for the lead. They're clear to the tune of nearly 3 seconds of Stephen Powell in that 3rd place. Simon Reed up the inside, up the hairpin. He goes through. Nicely done there. Tricky to get 2 trucks side by side through Hatchet's hairpin. Well, it's such a tight corner, it's tricky to get 1 truck through there. Smith pulls away a little once again. He seems to have the advantage in a straight line, but Stuart Oliver able to close up a bit more in the twisty bits. Now Paul Rivette having a go at Simon Cole in the more powerful Division 1 MAN. Paul Rivette, a lot of experience in saloon car racing. He's a multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He won't get round the outside at Senna though, I don't think. And this could allow John Powell to attack in the 6. He's up alongside as they come through towards Brooklands. Paul Rivette is going to have to give him room there, and John Powell goes through up into 2nd place in Division 2. Good move there by John Powell. That's for 12th overall. Having a go at Simon Cole in the 41. Through Senna, up towards Brooklands. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race still to go. Here comes Paul Rivette. He's going to have a go at Simon Cole. Paul Rivette has shaken off his Division 2 rivals. He's having a go at the Division 1 truck, and he goes through into Carter's Curve. There's Stuart Oliver. And these 2 have now got to lap Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to move out of the way? Well, move out of the way. I think he's pulling off. Tom O'Rourke onto the grass, so his race could be over. Unless that was an extreme bit of moving out of the way, he decided to move onto the grass to let everybody through. But I think that could be a retirement. There's a black and white flag being shown, I noticed there behind the timing tower. That's the driving standards flag for somebody. Let's see who it was for. Yes, Tom O'Rourke into retirement in the 86. That will put him to the back of the Division 1 grid, along with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, who are already out of the race for race number 2. Race number 3, I should say, because race 2, the grid is set by the 2nd fastest time in the qualifying session. It's going to be a win for flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver tried his hardest, but the back marker traffic making something of a difference, and Ryan Smith is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 weekends. Picking up exactly where he left off at Brands Hatch. The 7-time champion, flying Ryan Smith, comes in to take the victory. 2nd place will go to Stuart Oliver. They are well ahead of the rest, separated by 3.7 seconds at the line. Stephen Powell holding on for 3rd ahead of David Jenkins. He held off his fellow MAN pilot all the way, Bradley Smith a good 5th, and Jock Borthwick will just hold off Craig Reed, the 6th place. They had a good fight in the closing stages, 0.3 of a second apart. Oh, we've had a bit of an off there for Craig Evans on the last lap. He's making a bit of a habit of that, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a power sliding Kirk Goranson style finish for Adam Bint. He takes the win in Division 2 in our first race of the weekend. That's his 4th win of the season. Who's going to be home in second? It should be Paul Rivette. Yes, there he is, just lapping Jim Bennett. Paul Rivette 2nd in Division 2. John Powell is 3rd. Craig Evans 4th. The final finisher in Division 2 will be Jim Bennett. Here's what happened to Craig Evans in the closing stages there, was attacking John Powell. He nearly attacked him well and truly. Big lock up there into Brooklands, ran out wide. Let's confirm the results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by 3.7 seconds over Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, and David Jenkins just behind him. Bradley Smith completing the top 5 ahead of Jock Borthwick, then the Reed brothers and Simon Faulkner completing the top 9 overall. Then we had the Division 2 runners with Adam Bint beating Paul Rivette by over 12 seconds. John Powell taking 3rd place, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completing the 5 finishers in Division 2. Fastest lap of the race going to Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.91. And there were only those 14 finishers. Simon Cole was a late retirement. Tom O'Rourke we lost, as we saw, and Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett victims of the early pile-up.
So, Ryan Smith, you're looking a bit warm there. I take it it's hot in that cab?
Oh, it was plain sailing up until I hit somebody's diesel, and it fired me off, and I just got back on in front of Stuart. That was pivotal, really important. We just had enough gap. So when you're leading, the only downside to leading is you're the first to hit anything on the track, and we hit the diesel. But wanted to say thank you to my team. They worked so hard. Still not found the problem, but I'm not letting it kill the buzz.
I've noticed it's not affected you too much, still putting some great lap times in there.
Yeah, and it was just about management and keeping an eye where Stuart was. But when I hit the diesel, got back on, I had to change my strategy for the line for 3 or 4 laps.
Of course.
Stuart could risk it, so he held on to me for a little bit, but no, honestly delighted with that.
Mr. Powell, look at this hat, sir. 3rd place.
Don't get many of them.
It's a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah, at least it's typo something. You know what I mean? I would like to say before we go any further, I've got to say a big congratulations to my man Dory, who's on our team. Can't be here this weekend because he was due a baby, and he's literally had it as we was going around the track.
Whoa!
So he's just had a baby boy today. So
you're going to call it Steve
Dory.
then, right?
I think he's going to call it Leo after the other one.
So you've caught a 3rd place, first race of the weekend. Well done. And also, we've had a baby born during the race as well.
Not here, he's in a hospital.
Not here, obviously, at a hospital. Yeah, that'd be weird.
Hands on that thingy yet.
I mean, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. Well, they say there ain't nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. We certainly saw that from race 1 into race 2 of the weekend now. Let's hope they can behave themselves.
Let's have a look at the grid then for our second truck race of the day. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, on pole in the Volvo by 1,000th of a second ahead of the 7 times champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner. David Jenkins and Stephen Powell resuming their battle on the second row of the grid. Row 3, Simon Reed in the Iveco alongside Bradley Smith in the 46. 4th row of the grid, Jock Borthwick in number 32, displaying the My Name's Doddy colours alongside 68 Craig Reed in his Iveco. And on row 5, Tom O'Rourke failed to finish race 1, will start alongside number 12 of Michael Oliver. 6th row of the grid, 95 Ricky Collett and number 92 Simon Faulkner. And then behind them, Simon Cole at number 41 and John Bowler in the number 14. Just making sure they're all there. John Bowler is there, number 14. I didn't see Tom O'Rourke, so we'll wait and confirm that in a moment. Division 2, meanwhile, John Powell, number 6, is on pole alongside the 5 of Adam Bint, our winner earlier on. Row 12 is number 10, Craig Evans, and 22, Paul Rivette, and Jim Bennett, number 28, completing the grid. Tension beginning to mount then ahead of race number 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Stuart Oliver, Ryan Smith, David Jenkins, Stephen Powell, Simon Reed, Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed, there's Michael Oliver. 15 minutes about to get underway then From the rolling start, they thunder down towards Hatchett's Hairpin for the first time. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith tries to cut across, but Stuart Oliver's got the inside line. Stephen Powell gives it a banzai move down the outside. He tried that in race 1 as well. Division 1 make their way through already. Division 2 overlapping with them. Adam Bint's got a good start up the inside there, side by side with Ricky Collitz in the Division 1 MAN number 95. It's Stuart Oliver who leads from Ryan Smith. Stephen Powell in third place, trying to hold off David Jenkins. He's having to go at Ryan Smith for second place. Adam Bint proving he can run with Division 1 once again. John Bowler's dropped back a little in the 14. They head up towards Senna for the first time. Stephen Powell gets the tighter line, trying to attack Ryan Smith. Jenkins in fourth, then Simon Reed rounds out the top 5. Jim Bennett at the back of the field in the 28s. Craig Evans under fire from Paul Rivette, who hasn't got the best of starts here in Division 2. He's dropped back a place or two. There's John Bowler in there, the number 14, battling with his old Division 2 rivals. Up towards the completion of lap number 1 then. Adam Bint already up there with Division 1. Here comes Ricky Collitz barrelling down the inside, retakes the rather cheeky Division 2 leader, taking on the more powerful machines. So the right-hander at Hatchett's Hairpin. This is allowing Powell to escape in third place. Bradley Smith in 6th position, holding back Michael Oliver. Had a crash-filled season last year, the younger of the Oliver family. Enjoying better fortunes so far this season. Ryan Smith to the inside, takes the lead. And not often we see moves made there at the crossing. That's a good move by Ryan Smith. He's taken Stuart Oliver. I think Stuart rather caught by surprise there as well, just throwing it up the inside there. Flying Ryan. He's already got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.351, and now watch that Daimler Freightliner start to escape. Once again, no stopping Ryan Smith here at Pembrey. Powell is in third place. Then we've got David Jenkins. He's coming under fire from Reed again. We ride on board with Jock Borthwick. See the driving style here from Jock. One hand on the wheel, the other hand working the gear change. Make it into almost an art form, these truck racers. Incredibly skilled drivers. Jock Borthwick at the back of this group, chasing Michael Oliver. A bit of smoke there from David Jenkins. Looks like he's in trouble. Yeah, quite a lot of smoke there. David Jenkins with problems. Now, I think that's engine smoke. Is that tyre or engine smoke? There is damage to the tyre, look. He's been hit by Simon Reed. There's damage to the front of Simon's truck, so David Jenkins is going to have to pull in. They won't let him continue while he's emitting that amount of smoke. He's going to have to be pulled in, unfortunately, David Jenkins. There's problems there for the 69 MAN. He's laying a James Bond-style smoke screen, and Simon Reed spins out. Now, was that on oil from David Jenkins' truck, I wonder? Simon won't be too happy there. He spins out. That's 5th place gone. That's allowed Bradley Smith up to 5th. You can see it's the rear tyre is punctured on Jenkins' truck as well. That's causing some of the smoke, but I think there's engine smoke there as well. There must have been contact between the two of them. Simon Reed gets going again, or does he? He's on the grass. Now, was that spin because of damage to the truck? I'm not sure. There's David Jenkins, and he's dropping back now. He's lost out to Bradley Smith. He's lost out to Michael Oliver. They're lapping Jim Bennett. Gentleman Jim moves aside, lets them through. There's Ricky Collett in the background as well behind this group. David Jenkins at least electing to try and keep going to pick up a few points. Meanwhile, we haven't forgotten Division 2. It's still Adam Bint leading Division 2. In the battle for second between John Powell and Paul Rivette. Here comes the Napa Auto Parts.eu MAN on the tail of the DAF. Meanwhile, Craig Reed's having a good go at Jock Borthwick here. He has a look on the inside at the hairpin. He's got the tighter line. But Borthwick will get the power down on that outside line as they come to the right at Spitfires. I think Craig Reed might have got the move done. Indeed, he has. Good driving there by Craig Reed up into 7th position, and they're catching David Jenkins' damaged truck as well. Into the closing stages now. Is John Powell going to be able to catch Adam Bint? Paul Rivette up the inside, he takes John Powell. So the answer is no, John Powell is not going to be able to catch Adam Bint. Craig Evans having a go as well. Is John Powell in trouble here, possibly? Because they've reeled him in, these two. Craig Evans is going to have a go here as well. Ryan Smith out towards Senna for the last time. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the 7 times champion. And Collett up the inside into the hairpin. He goes through and loses it. David Jenkins back up the inside. He's hit whatever fluid there is down there. I think Ricky Collett will be cursing that, because if he'd stayed ahead for 8th place, that would give him pole position for tomorrow's second race. Here comes Ryan Smith. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the reigning 7-time champion. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.345, took the lead a couple of laps in at the crossing from Stuart Oliver and takes his second win. Oliver will come over for second place. Bits of rubber showering everywhere as they go towards the pit wall. Stephen Powell, 3rd place. And meanwhile in Division 2, it's going to be another win for that menacing black Volvo Aerodyne of Adam Bint. He's clear of Paul Rivett in 2nd in the division. Meanwhile, Bradley Smith, an excellent 4th in Division 1. 5th goes to Michael Oliver, good result for him as well. Craig Reed 6th, Jock Borthwick 7th. Now, is David Jenkins going to hang on for 8th? I think he is. Still a battle between Craig Evans and John Powell. John Powell with a problem there towards the end, because he's dropped behind Evans as well now. Over the line goes Simon Faulkner, and here comes Adam Bint. He weaves his way over to the pit wall, takes another win in Division 2. That'll extend his championship lead. Paul Rivett 2nd in Division 2, then Craig Evans. John Powell slowing in the closing stages. Jim Bennett a lap down, 5th in Division 2. We lost John Bowler into the pits, and we lost Simon Reed as well, 3 laps from home. So Smith ahead of Oliver and Powell once again. Stephen Powell another 4.5 seconds back in that 3rd place in the end. 4th place going to Bradley Smith. Great result for him, just ahead of Michael Oliver. Craig Reed 6th after passing Jock Borthwick, and Ricky Collett did cross the line in 8th place. He did get ahead of David Jenkins, so provisionally Ricky Collett will be on the front row of the race with Jock Borthwick for race 4 tomorrow. David Jenkins, damage to his truck, he had to settle for 9th place, and Simon Faulkner completing the top 10. Then we've got the Division 2 runners. Adam Bint taking the win in that class by 3.78 seconds ahead of Paul Rivett. Craig Evans in 3rd ahead of John Powell, who was struggling in the closing stages, and Jim Bennett completing the finishes. Simon Reed pulled off, and John Bowler made the start this time, but pulled into the pits after a few laps.
Delighted with that. It was a clean undertake, I'll give you that. I mean, we watched it happen with a bit of a squeak of the tyre. All of a sudden you were past him.
He just went a little bit hot into turn 2, and I knew I could line him up through 3 and 4. Like I say, we were like I say, you're gonna get one chance at Stuart, and you're not gonna get many chances.
You needed that bit, didn't you?
Yeah. But I'm more delighted from our point, from the team's work, the problems we've had. You know, we never try and make excuses because everybody's got the same, but delighted, honestly.
Even more action from race 2 there to finish up the day, but what's going to happen next in race 3?
So the Martin Oliver Transport MAN pulls into position. Let's have a look at the grid then. It is the Reed brothers on the front row of the grid. Simon on pole, Craig alongside the 2 Reed Freight Ivicos. Second row is Jock Borthwick in his MAN alongside Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the championship, in truck number 46. Row 3, number 69, David Jenkins. Bit of contact rather hobbled him in race 2 yesterday, but the MAN is repaired, alongside Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, in number 3, a pair of 3rd places for him so far this weekend. Then the 2 men with 17 championships between them. Stuart Oliver in the Volvo, Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner. They start on row 4. They won't stay back there for long. Row 5 is number 92, Simon Faulkner with his Iveco, and we should have Simon Cole in his MAN. He missed race 2 yesterday, so I'll make sure that he is there. Row 6, number 86, another Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke with his MV Commercials MAN. Although Michael Oliver is lined up there on the inside, I can see, with the GT Tyres MAN number 12, so we might be missing Tom O'Rourke, unfortunately. We'll check that. Ricky Collett's there, though, number 95 with his MAN. Great to see Ricky's back out after blowing his engine up in spectacular fashion at Brands Hatch last time out on Easter weekend. And he starts alongside number 14, John Bowler. As we heard from Pointy, a lot of clutch problems with his MAN this weekend. He failed to start race 1 yesterday, retired from race 2. So hopefully he's going to last the distance this time. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the less powerful Division 2 trucks. Slightly less modification allowed in Division 2. Craig Evans with his MAN will lead them off alongside John Powell, number 6 in his DAF, one of the oldest trucks out there in the series. Paul Rivett, the former saloon car racing star in the Napa Auto Parts MAN, will start alongside double winner in Division 2 yesterday, Adam Bint, in his Volvo White Aerodyne. Maybe called a Volvo White after the American company that had the partnership with Volvo, but it's in a very menacing black livery. And at the back of the grid, Jim Bennett with his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Smith with work to do from 8th on the grid. Bint starts 4th in Division 2. And here we go, the Reed brothers lead them up towards the red lights. When they go out, the power will come on, and we'll be underway. Here we go then, with race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. It's the identical Iveco pairing that lead the way. Craig Reed's going to go round the outside of his brother Simon to take the lead into the first corner. Bradley Smith sends it down the outside, so does David Jenkins. They make their way through the hairpin. Tom O'Rourke is there, my apologies. I missed the 86 truck there on the green flag lap, but Tom and his team have made it back out. That's great to see. Craig Evans already being shuffled back in Division 2. Adam Bint with a flying start in the number 5 Volvo. Stuart Oliver up with David Jenkins, goes a bit wide through the crossing. Stephen Powell is on his tail. You won't fit side by side through there. Ryan Smith in behind them, just ahead of O'Rourke and John Bowler. The Reeders head out onto the back of the circuit. The Reeds lead the way. Bradley Smith in 3rd. Jock Borthwick, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell. There's O'Rourke, the white and red MV Commercials truck. We're on board with Ryan Smith in the number 1, giving chase to Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, in number 3. Ryan Smith based in Nottinghamshire. His truck recently displayed at the showroom of his sponsors, Northside Truck and Van. Tricky circuit to pass on is Pembrey. Not the widest in truck racing. They make 2 visits a year here to South Wales. There's Ryan Smith on the tail of the number 3 of Powell. There's O'Rourke, John Bowler having a better run in this one. Michael Oliver, son of Stewart's, and then Ricky Collett. Now Ryan Smith's got a run on the inside. If there's one driver who can pass at Pembrey, it's Ryan Smith, and he goes through past Stephen Powell up into 7th position. His next targets are Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins. Jock Borthwick, though, has dropped back there. He ran wide at Brooklands, lost a couple of places in the number 32 MAN. Ryan Smith may well get alongside the Scotsman down the front straights. Reed's lead over the line. Craig still ahead of Simon. David Jenkins does the fastest lap. No, he doesn't. That's usurped by Ryan Smith in 7th place. 1:11.673, and he's up the inside of Jock Borthwick into the hairpin. 7 times champion passes the Scotsman. Craig Reed still leads, though, half a second ahead of his brother Simon. They, I think, are working together to get away from the rest of the field, build up a gap before the quicker runners, i.e. these 3, come through. Bradley Smith is still in 3rd place in his MAN. Stuart Oliver, a bit of a slide there. Was there a tap from Ryan Smith? I'm not sure. Stuart Oliver tries to hold the inside, but Ryan goes through and up into 5th position. There are the Reeds. Bradley Smith. David Jenkins is Ryan Smith's next target. Here come the brothers, and Jock Borthwick's wide on the grass again in the background. So was Stephen Powell sliding wide there. Now, are the Reeds working together, or are they going to start fighting each other? A family tie is going to be ditched here between the 2 Iveco pilots. They are exactly alike, these 2 trucks, aren't they, in every detail. I think Simon's going to try and go for the lead as they come down the straight. Simon failed to finish race 2 yesterday, so he needs to make up some points, and he's going for it into the hairpin, and he passes Craig to take the lead. We haven't forgotten Division 2 either. We caught a glimpse there of Adam Bint, the Division 2 leader. He's ahead of John Powell in the number 6, but only just. Paul Rivette in 3rd place ahead of Craig Evans. Simon Reed has taken up the lead then, looking for his first win of the season. There's the battle in Division 2, and John Powell's got through on the hairpin. John Powell takes the lead from Adam Bint in Division 2. They were very close as they crossed the line. It's John Powell in the DAF, one of the older trucks in the series, that leads the way. David Jenkins catching up. They're already lapping Jim Bennett, and Ryan Smith is now catching Jenkins for 3rd place. They are deadly rivals, these 2. 2011 champion David Jenkins. Where is Ryan Smith going to try and make his move? Is it going to be on Speedway Straights, coming out of Brooklands up to Carter's Curve? On board with Ryan Smith. He's trying to line up David Jenkins. He's moving to the inside. Jenkins giving him room. Side by side towards Carter's Curve. He's going through. Ryan Smith up into 3rd place. Good driving by Jenkins there. Just gave his rival room to get through on the inside. Jim Bennett gets the blue flag from the marshals to warn him that there's quicker trucks behind him. Jim, a very courteous racer, known as Gentleman Jim. He moves aside, lets the quicker runners through. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith up the inside is going for 2nd place. On the inside of Craig Reed into the hairpin, he goes through. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith this weekend? Let's see if Simon Reed can. His lead gap was 1.7 seconds at the line that time through. Ryan Smith has got the fastest lap of the race, 1:10.9. He's the only driver to have lapped under 1:11 in this race. Change for second place in Division 2. Paul Rivette has got through. Adam Bint is struggling a bit in this one. Here's a replay of Paul Rivette's move on Adam Bint, and well, that might be why Adam Bint's handling's a bit off. Rubbing's racing, as they say, and they were certainly rubbing there with Paul Rivette. Meanwhile, here are our leaders, and now Ryan Smith is right with Simon Reed. I knew it wouldn't be long. He's on his tail as they come up to Carter's, and now Simon Reed is working to defend. We're on board with the 7 times champion, Flying Ryan. Now, where is he going to make his move? They're coming up through Honda Curve and into the Cowell Straight, past the pits. Here he comes. He's on the inside. Surely Simon Reed's going to have to cede to the champion here. He gives him room into the hairpin, and through goes Ryan Smith into the lead for the 3rd time this weekend. David Jenkins trying to get the MAN onto the podium. He knows he needs to make up ground. He's never going to get stopped in time there, is he? Slides it round the hairpin. He's done it. I can't remember seeing an overtake round the outside of the hairpin in cars, never mind in a truck. That's incredible from David Jenkins. How's he done that? Well, maybe it's David Jenkins who's going to be driving in the truck drifting display, the way he threw it round there. Meanwhile, Ricky Collett's now having a go at Tom O'Rourke, but that's the move of the season so far from David Jenkins. I wouldn't have believed that possible, getting a truck round the outside on Hatchett's hairpin. How has he done that? Paul Rivette's defending now from Adam Bint, who's back on the pace in Division 2 in the Volvo. John Powell's been able to pull away, though. He's going to take his first class win of the weekend and end Adam Bint's hope of a hat-trick. No stopping. Flying Ryan Smith here at Pembrey this weekend. He takes the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver a lap down, so Simon Reed will come over in 2nd. David Jenkins, with the move of the season so far, takes 3rd. Still the battle going on for 2nd in Division 2. Paul Rivette and Adam Bint together. 4th goes to Craig Reed. 5th is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver. That'll give him pole position for race 5. Tom O'Rourke holds off Ricky Collett for 9th place. John Bowler will get his first finish of the weekend in 11th. And Division 2 is going to be won by John Powell in the DAF number 6. Here he comes over the line. John Powell wins Division 2. Paul Rivette will just hold off Adam Bint for 2nd place. Craig Evans is 4th in behind Simon Faulkner there, who's 12th in Division 1. Stuart Oliver finishes a lap down, as does Jim Bennett. Ryan Smith with the win from 8th on the grid, fastest lap as well. 2nd place for Simon Reed, some 4.5 seconds in arrears, and David Jenkins completing the podium. Craig Reed in 4th, ahead of Bradley Smith. Good result for Jock Borthwick up there in 6th. In his MAN, ahead of Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver. Tom O'Rourke had to settle for 9th, ahead of Ricky Collett. Good battle between those two. John Bowler gets his first finish of the weekend in 11th. Division 2 won by John Powell in 12th place, ahead of Paul Rivette, who just held off Adam Bint at the line for 2nd in class. Behind them were Simon Faulkner, Craig Evans, Stuart Oliver after his pit visit finished down in 17th place, last of the Division 1 runners. He'll start at the back of the Division 1 grid for race 5, and Jim Bennett completing the finishes.
So that was some interesting racing. Fantastic result for you, though.
Yeah, great result for my boys that stuck with me yesterday. We had a difficult day, trying different things. Ultimately, we ended up not fast enough yesterday afternoon. That got us in that unfortunate battle that got the damage. And the boys really dug in last night. And I did promise 1 or 2 of them beer, but they didn't get hardly any till 10 o'clock last night. So no, they worked really hard, and from morning warm-up this morning, we knew we got a better truck underneath us, and now I can race it, so I'm really happy.
Well, that's the kind of racing we like to see, but quite a subdued display from the British Truck Racing there. Let's see what we've got left in them for Truck Race 4 of the weekend.
Let's have a look at the grid then for our 4th truck race of the weekend. The top 8 reversed from race 2 yesterday, so it's Ricky Collett who is on pole in the MAN. As the DAF Pace truck leads them away. Alongside him is Jock Borthwick, number 32. Craig Reed and the man we've just heard from, Michael Oliver, on the 2nd row of the grid. And it's Bradley Smith and Stephen Powell on row 3. And then Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith on row 4. David Jenkins down on row 5. He only managed 9th with some damage to his truck yesterday. Starts alongside Simon Faulkner. And then on the 6th row of the grid, Simon Reed alongside John Bowler. 7th row completing Division 1, Tom O'Rourke, and no Simon Cole, unfortunately, after some problems earlier in the weekend. And there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They are headed up by John Powell and Craig Evans. Paul Rivett and Adam Bint on their 2nd row. Jim Bennett again electing to start from the back. Race 4 for the trucks here at Convoy Cymru, the DAF pace truck in pit lane. Power about to come on. Here we go with race number 4 down towards Hatchett's Hairpin. Ricky Collett and Jock Borthwick lead them off. Michael Oliver and Craig Reed tucked in behind. There's been some contact already in there. Oh my goodness, big contact further back. David Jenkins involved. We've got a tyre leading the Division 2 pack. Who does that belong to? Paul Rivett's been damaged. Well, there was all sorts of mayhem in the pack there. Rivett's got going again, but there are several trucks, I would think, with damage in there. A great cloud of smoke as they piled into each other. There's debris all over Hatchett's Hairpin as well. Now, who's got the lead? Looks like it's Jock Borthwick who's gone to the front. I think that's the first time he's led a Division 1 race. Ricky Collett in 2nd place, then Stephen Powell. Well, there was so much going on there. We'll try and get a replay of that. Ryan Smith's got damage. Ryan Smith has hit somebody. Didn't see who it was, but we'll pick up some replays hopefully in a moment. Craig Evans is involved there as well. Looks like he's got a puncture on the right front. That's the end of Craig Evans' race. Let's have a look again at the start of that race. Look in the middle of the grid there. Yes, there's the contact, David Jenkins and a couple of others. There goes the tyre. That tyre flew over the top of Adam Bint. Look at the state of Adam Bint's truck. So it was his tyre that came off and flew over his own truck. Brian Smith up the inside on Ricky Collett. He's already got past Craig Reed. He now takes 2nd place. And now it's surely only a matter of time before he catches Jock Borthwick. Ryan Smith this weekend is becoming the Max Verstappen of truck racing. Somebody spun out there on the right. That looked like John Bowler. I caught a glimpse off there on the grass on the right of the exit of the hairpin. I think that was John Bowler. Pick that up in a moment because the Division 2 field is still fighting out. They're catching Simon Faulkner. But meantime, Ryan Smith has caught Jock Borthwick. And surely he's going to get him on the straight here. Down into the hairpin. Borthwick's got damage as well. But are there any trucks in this field that aren't missing a bit of bodywork after that start? Coming into the pit straight, Ryan Smith goes for the inside. Surely he's going to go through into the hairpin. Here he comes. They think it's all over. It is now. We haven't even reached half distance this time, and Ryan Smith's into the lead. And still they're at it in Division 2. John Powell trying to take 2nd place back again. I don't think he'll get round the outside at Senna into Brooklands. Yeah, Rivett will be on the inside for the next right at Brooklands. Keeps the place. Oh, Ryan Smith's out. What's happened? Ryan Smith's pulled up at Honda Curve. Now, this is going to change things because the 4 out of 4 has gone. It's Jock Borthwick back in the lead. Now, could he take his first Division 1 win? There's 6 minutes of the race to go. I don't know what happened to Ryan Smith there, whether he slid off or whether something's failed on the truck. We didn't see. But he's out of this race. So it's Jock Borthwick, Ricky Collett, Craig Reed, and here comes Stuart Oliver. Now, Stuart Oliver will see Ryan Smith's out of the race. They're still at it in Division 2, meanwhile. You can't keep these two away from each other. Look at the way Paul Rivett's going, and he shoves his way past Adam Bint into the lead, looking for his first class win of the season. There was contact between the two of them there, and here comes John Powell. He's going to try and do the same thing up the inside. Bash! Goodness me. Oh, it's getting rough in Division 2. Adam Bint's not happy there. So a bit of needle creeping into play in Division 2. Meanwhile, Stuart Oliver is up into 3rd place. He's got ahead of Craig Reed. Now, Stuart Oliver, as we say, we'll see that Ryan Smith's out of the race, and now he is on the attack. He attacks, well, he's really attacked Ricky Collett. They go off. What else can happen in this race? This is more like stock car racing than truck racing. Stuart Oliver on the tail of Bradley Smith for 4th place. Stuart Oliver tried the attack on Ricky Collett here at Spitfires. They went sliding wide. These two are rubbing now. Oliver tries to get the Volvo up alongside the MN. He's gone round the outside into DeBenny. Good move by Stuart. the 10 times champion, 1-time European champion as well. His son Michael Oliver's going to follow him through as well in his MAN, the 2 GT tyres trucks. Now trying to catch Stephen Powell for 3rd place, looking for another podium. It's been a good consistent weekend for Stephen Powell. But it's Jock Borthwick out in front. Stephen Powell in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver's on a charge though. Now he's getting back into contention for a podium. He's on the tail of Stephen Powell in the MAN. He'll go for the inside down the pit straights. Still Jock Borthwick leads. Stuart Oliver, you can see he's fired up. Goes through at Honda Curve, up into 3rd position. Now trying to go after the 2 leaders. The lead gap is down to 1.2 seconds. Can Jock Borthwick hold on for his first ever Division 1 win? Stephen Powell will try to fight back for another podium. Craig Reed, you can see he's closed the gap on our leader. Well, after all the chaos in this race, we're in for a tense finish here, out of the crossing. Craig Reed's Red Iveco looming larger in the mirrors of the whites. MAN, a little bit sideways there out of Senna. He's got to start to defend now, Jock Borthwick, as they come up into Speedway Straight for the last time. Craig Reed is right with him. He's going to have a look on the inside. Borthwick moves to defend. This is going to be close. Stephen Powell's on the grass in the background. Stuart Oliver's almost with the leaders now. Here they come towards the line. Jock Borthwick defending from Craig Reed. Here comes Stuart Oliver. Look at the way Oliver's closing. He could get alongside these 2. 3 of them line astern up towards the checkered flag, and Reed is pushing Jock Borthwick. The checkered flag is inside. They're going to finish side by side across the line. Borthwick holds it. Borthwick's done it. The 3 of them covered by 0.3 of a second. What a finish. What an amazing recovery by Stuart Oliver. What a great run by Craig Reed. But Jock Borthwick is the hero of the hour. It's Scotland the Brave here in Wales. Jock Borthwick takes provisionally his first ever Division 1 victory. And there's going to be a first-time winner this season in Division 2 as well. Paul Rivets in the Napa Auto Parts MAN is coming home to win Division 2. What an extraordinary race. 0.3 of a second covering the top 3 at the line. Jock Borthwick power slides the MAN in celebration. But what a recovery there by Stuart Oliver. Jock Borthwick the winner by 0.289 of a second from Craig Reed. Stuart Oliver in 3rd place. They were covered by 0.313 of a second. Oliver 24 thousandths of a second off Craig Reed as they crossed the line. 4th place eventually going to Michael Oliver after Stephen Powell slid wide on the last lap. Bradley Smith in 6th place ahead of Ricky Collett. John Bowler, good result for him in 8th place after his problems earlier in the weekend. Then Tom O'Rourke, David Jenkins struggling after that contact at the start, and Simon Faulkner in 11th. Then the Division 2 trucks. Paul Rivett taking his first class win of the season ahead of John Powell. Somehow hadn't got what was left of his Volvo home in 3rd place. Simon Reed was next, and then Jim Bennett. We lost Ryan Smith, his first non-finish of the season, and of course Craig Evans, a casualty on the first lap.
2.4 second lead ahead of the pack for most of that race. What on earth did you do to this truck?
Nothing, mate. And my times are still the same. I'm still half a second off where I need to be.
Wow.
I'm needing.
I think at the front is where you need to be.
And I just try. I try and ignore him if I can.
Yeah.
And I just try to pace myself the best I could. And I've seen Craig chipping away, and that's the longest race. Every lap, I thought it must be the last lap this time. No, it must be and this went on for 5 laps, I think. And then eventually, and I seen Craig coming. My tyres are getting worse, and I'm just trying to bring it home. And then I missed the gear like you do coming out the straight in the back, and then Craig's right there. I thought, oh no.
Craig was right next to you on the pit straight.
I know, because I was defending into Honda in case he had a last minute dive, so I thought he'll need to go around the long way. But because I took the inside line, obviously it's trying to oversteer coming out, and I couldn't have picked the throttle up, and Craig had the slingshot. And I'm just glad the flag was 100 yards further down, or it might have been a different result.
One more lap and we might have been a different result.
I'd have just pushed a bit harder again. I was teasing him.
My goodness, we didn't think we'd be seeing many drivers back out for the last race of the weekend, but here we are at race 5. Let's see if they can get around in one piece.
formation of the grid then. Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell on the front of the grid, along with Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on row 2. A quartet of MANs lead the grid away. Craig Reed in the Iveco, the top non-MAN, alongside David Jenkins. Then row 4, Simon Reed and Ryan Smith. Watch for Flying Ryan. Let's see if he can make it 4 wins out of 5 this weekend. Tom O'Rourke on row 5 alongside Ricky Collins. As we said, on row 6, John Bowler will start alongside Simon Faulkner. Stuart Oliver will complete the Division 1 runners on row 7. Division 2 will be headed up by Craig Evans in the number 10 MAN. Desperate for that first class win. We'll wait to see if Adam Bint has put his Volvo back together as well. I don't know how he was still cornering with almost half of one corner missing in the earlier race. They start ahead of Paul Rivette in the Napa Truck Racing number 22. John Powell in his DAF. Mixed weekend for him, taking the win in race 3. And Jim Bennett, Gentleman Jim, completes the grid. Oliver and Powell on the front row. Jock Borthwick already positioning himself on the inside. Red lights go out and away we go. Super start by Jock Borthwick. Michael Oliver moving to cover as they head down towards the hairpin. Something's got to give here, surely. There's a contact further back. That's Stuart Oliver. He's gone into the back of John Bowler, I think. Stuart Oliver loses the bonnet. Let's hope there's no further damage there and he's able to keep going. Everybody else has made it round the hairpin okay. That's the second time we've seen contact off the rolling start today. It's Michael Oliver who leads the way in the MAN. Bradley Smith in second. Stephen Powell made a poor start. He got forced wide at the hairpin. He's down to 5th position. Could lose 6th here to one of the Reeds. That's Craig. Yes, John Bowler's been hit there. You can see by Stuart Oliver. Damage to the back of the number 14. Clouds of smoke there. That's damage to the left rear corner. Ryan Smith trying to pass him. He does so through Senna. You can see there that's something rubbing on the tyre of the number 14. Unfortunately, that could be the end of John Bowler's race. Ryan Smith up the inside, attacking Craig Reed, really attacking him there through Senna. Craig Reed's not giving way, so he'll try again at Brooklands, Ryan Smith, and still Craig Reed hangs on the outside. Smith's got the tighter line and he goes through. Another place gain. That's clearly Ryan's favoured passing place into the right-hander at Senna. Jock Borthwick under fire from David Jenkins now into the hairpin. He's not going to go around the outside this time. He's going to use the conventional line and he goes through. And that's going to allow Powell to follow him on the tighter line through into 4. So Jock Borthwick loses 2 places to David Jenkins and Stephen Powell up into the top 4 places. And behind him now is Ryan Smith. Borthwick his next target. To the crossing. Still Bradley Smith up there in second. And yes, Ryan's got through as well past Jock Borthwick. That loss of momentum at the hairpin dropping him back. Now David Jenkins trying to chase down Bradley Smith. And into the pit lane, that was John Bowler I caught a glimpse of there. So the damage from... Did I just see that Ryan Smith has pulled off? I caught a glimpse there in the background at the crossing. Has Ryan Smith pulled over? I'm sure I saw a glimpse of that Dayglow yellow front end on the grass at the crossing. Yes, in the background there, he slowed. Ryan Smith's in trouble again. There he is, he slowed right down. He'll be into the pits. In fact, he's not even going to get that far. He's pulling over at Senna onto the grass. He's letting the other trucks through. Dominance of Smith and Stuart Oliver has been broken by Jock Borthwick earlier on. Tom O'Rourke, the last Scotsman to win a race, has a single win in his career. I think that was at Donington a year or 2 ago. Side by side there, Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed. Simon gets through on the inside. That's for 5th position at Brooklands. Stephen Powell still ahead of this group. Simon Reed, Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed. Here's Paul Rivette ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans. This is the battle in Division 2. Quiet weekend for Craig Evans in his MAN. Michael Oliver still leads. He's lapped Jim Bennett. David Jenkins desperately trying to get past Bradley Smith so he can go after Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver looking to make up for a disappointing 2022 season where he was involved in a number of shunts. Leads by 2.5 seconds. We're coming into the closing stages now. The closer battle is in Division 2 for the lead. For Napa and Takasys sponsored MAN. And Paul Rivette still leading, looking for win number 2 this weekend. 2 wins for Adam Bint, 1 for John Powell. After a quiet season so far and a pretty terrible 2022 where he was involved in a number of shunts, Michael Oliver, the Northumbrian driver, has led all the way. David Jenkins still trying to get past Bradley Smith for second. They're coming into Brooklands for the final time. A last lap of the weekend here at Convoy Pembrey for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Jenkins slides out wide. I don't think he's going to get through now, but it is going to be a win for the number 12. Michael Oliver puts a tough spell behind him in the championship where he struggled for results. He started from pole position and has led all the way. Michael Oliver wins our last truck race of the weekend. Bradley Smith, his best ever result, in second. David Jenkins third. Stephen Powell is fourth. Simon Reed fifth. MANs fill the top 4 places. Jock Borthwick will hang on for sixth. Another great defensive drive against Craig Reed and Stuart Oliver. That's the same order from the podium in race number 4 earlier on, but this time they're covered by the same margins, but for 6th, 7th and 8th. Shows the working of the reverse grid, I suppose. Ricky Collett 9th, Tom O'Rourke completes the top 10. Then should be Simon Faulkner home next, and here comes our Division 2 battle. Despite a bit of rear end damage, it's going to be Paul Rivette for the second time this weekend, holding off John Powell. Rivette takes the class win by half a second. Adam Bintz showboats his way home in third in class, still leading the championship, I would think. Craig Evans is next, and the final finisher is Jim Bennett, a lap down. Sadly, we lost Ryan Smith and John Bowler into the pits. Michael Oliver the winner by just under 3 seconds. Bradley Smith, his best ever finish, in second place ahead of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell in fourth ahead of Simon Reed. And then a familiar trio from race 4 earlier on. Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed, Stuart Oliver, covered by a little more this time, half a second covered those 3. Ricky Collett in 9th ahead of Tom O'Rourke and Simon Faulkner, and then the Division 2 battlers. Paul Rivette taking his second class win of the day ahead of John Powell. Adam Bint after an off recovering for third, and then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completed the finishers. We lost Ryan Smith, 3 wins and 2 retirements for him sadly, and of course we lost John Bowler as well, bad luck to him.
Michael Oliver staying in first place. We thought you were sideways. We thought, oh no, here we go again. Michael Oliver at the front, going sideways, first corner, and yet you managed to pull it back. Come on, mate, yes, get in. Come on. Oh. Was it Colombian? It was the Colombian, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
Oh, incredible, mate, incredible. And Bradley Smith as well, that's got to feel amazing. I mean, the first big win of the season, you've got it, you've got it, obviously.
Oh, first of many, it's got to be coming.
Come on.
Oh. I'm never speechless, I'm speechless.
I know, you don't know what to do now, do you?
Christ.
I mean, right, let's go to the beginning of the race. Like I just said to everybody, we saw you getting tipped sideways, coming out of corner 1. How did you hold that back in?
I don't know, I can't remember. I haven't got a clue what happened.
Right, brilliant.
I remember being on the toilet and then jumping in the wagon and then I'm here.
He's more interesting when he's losing, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Right, sorry.
Honestly, Michael, well done, mate. Congratulations. Yep, I think that's it. We've finished. We've made it through another weekend here at British Truck Racing Championships. And thank you for joining us. It's been emotional, but don't forget, we will be back at Thruxton Circuit. So we'll see you all then. So down here in the paddock this year at Thruxton, of course, it's a Convoy on the plane. That means we've also got some great support from shows like yourself. We were here with Eamon from MEB Equipment, and you're here as a Manitou dealer, aren't you?
Yes, I am indeed, and I sell truck-mounted forklifts to all the haulagemen, like, for example, Team Oliver, who's got Manitous from me.
Ah, we have, yeah, and it's clever actually, because there's ones like this behind us that slot into the back of a trailer and lift themselves on.
100% correct. Yes, yeah. So I come here, meet all the people, meet nice people like yourself, and
it's all such a nice guys.
Exactly. So today we're in a great position, great backdrop of the pavilion, exactly. And we've got 2 truck-mounted forklifts. We've got this new ULM behind you. which is a new towable machine on a trailer.
Let's have a look at this little guy here, because this is a cute little thing, but I'm sure it's got quite a lot of punch, hasn't it?
Exactly. So it means ultra light Manitou, ULM, ultra light Manitou. It can be towed on a trailer. First time ever they made this. So that's, yeah, and it's light enough.
Which one would you say is your biggest seller from your dealership alone?
That is the Boom. Come this way.
Let's have a look at the Boom. It's the TMT 25S.
Yeah, TMT 25S or in 4-way. That is the biggest seller because people love that, and it can offload from one side.
Ah, right.
Exactly.
So you can get up there and lower things down from a curtain side.
Because he can load from one side, and he said that's why we buy them. Yes.
So this can reach across a curtain side to save you having to drive around the other side.
100% correct.
Ah, that makes sense. Of course, we're not all truck drivers here. This is the thing. There's a lot of spectators out there that think, how on earth did they do that? And so let's have a look inside the cab, shall we? I want to see one of these a little bit more up close.
Yes.
We climb ourselves up here.
Exactly.
Oh wow!
I'm going to put my hand across your legs. I'm not out.
Hello. Go on.
Forward, reverse is there, up and down the boom and all that.
So that's just on the boom there.
One hand to steer, one hand. Total vision to the front.
It's good. You can see literally everywhere. You've got a nice mirror up here as well. And we've got, there's the tilt control.
That's right.
We've got the stabilisers up and down.
As well.
And then, it's very similar to the 360 excavators I used to drive once upon a time. Obviously, apart from the fact there's a steering wheel here, not to be confused with the rubber duckies. So this would be up, down. This would be your tilting, and it forks up and down. You've got a thumb control here as well. And then this, of course, just tilts them backward and forward and moves the actual fangs across left and right.
That's right.
Blimey, it really is all in one, and it's such a hefty piece of kit, isn't it? How much does one of these go for?
This is about 45,000.
Wow, but then at the same time, how many kind of hours are you looking at getting out of this machine?
Okay, the guys, I've got guys with 8, 9, 10,000 hours. They're about 20 years old. These will go on 2 or 3 trucks over the life of a 7-year-old truck, 21 years, right? Yeah.
I mean, this is it. We see some of the ones in the paddock, and they are battered, and you just think, wow, these guys. So it might be a big cost, but actually, it's a big investment.
100%, it's a big investment, but this is complementary to cranes. Cranes are 60,000, 70,000 now pounds for a crane that will lift 2 tons out 5 meters, right? So everything is in proportion to.
It's all relevant. No, definitely. Well, what brought you along to Convoy on the plane? I know I saw you a couple of weeks back at the RTX Road Transport Expo.
Right. Yeah. Okay. The road transport show in Stirling was fantastic. I do Combine in Castledon. I've been doing that since day one.
Convoy in the park, the big one.
Big one. And so I come down here. This is down in Thruxton. It's in my area. Manitou is based in Veerwood, Dorset. So it's local companies.
That's awesome. Well, I'm going to hop out of here. Got to come out backwards so we don't fall over. Exactly. And Eamon, thank you very much for talking us through. Welcome to the Convoy family, and we'll hope to see you at Donington. Right?
And this will go on social media, will it?
This is all going out on the British Truck Racing Championship live stream. Okay. So of course you can come back and watch this anytime you want to see yourself on telly.
Manitou is a big social media, and they'd be interested in getting that and putting it on their social
media.
Hey, look,
the footage is going to be on there. Make a note back in the studio. Exactly. We're going to get this down. We're going to send it over to you, and you'll be able to put it on. Look, I even got a card as well. Fantastic. And if anybody wants to buy one of these cool little forklifts, or of course the new ultra light Manitou, then get in touch with yourself at MEB Equipment. Cheers for being here, buddy. Thank you. I'm down here with championship sponsor GT Tyres, and of course their representative Sebastian Bell. Now, Sebastian, we were just talking about a little bit about what you do within the company. What's your day-to-day role for GT Tyres?
My day-to-day role, actually, I'm responsible, or mainly responsible, for the motorsport tire development in Europe. So I take a good eye on what we are doing, and also convert racing technology into the street technology. So all what we are testing here and actually racing here, and all the findings which we have here, we try to convert them into our road tires and make them lasting, good performing, and sustainability.
So obviously we've got quite a range of tyres out here, haulage being the theme of the weekend. But we know a previous driver for yourselves, Martin Gibson, who raced in the trucks for a couple of years. He's one of your test drivers, isn't he?
Absolutely, he's our manager and the head of all the testings in Europe. And yeah, he is actually the godfather of this project here. And yeah, so he's the guy who all transfer whatever we need to have from the trucks into the road tyres, yeah.
So with regards to the manufacturing, you've obviously taken away some temperatures today and some samples of the rubber. How do you kind of correlate that then into saying, well, we've got a racing tyre that does this kind of resistance at 100 miles an hour. What are we going to do to the compound? Is that what it's all about?
Well, it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I thought it might be. You know.
It's not that simple, but basically what we are trying to do here with all the measurements we take is like the racing tires are quite extreme in all the usage they have. So we try to convert the extreme usage into the standard road usage, also from the material wise. So the material for the racing tires is very special, and then you try to not downgrade but swap them into a long-lasting road tire. So this
reverse engineer.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a downgrade, it's reverse engineering. We're going to put race tyres on the road.
Yeah, actually, it's not really race tyres on the road, but you know, you need to go to the extreme to have a good product at the end. So this is the point. So you test the extreme and then you take all the good things and put them into your street tyres. So
it's really impressive actually to obviously have such a great manufacturer on board with the championship, because obviously the race tyres are brilliant, but looking at the tread on some of these absolute monsters, I mean, what kind of vehicles would you say would be having these massively heavy duty looking tyres on them?
Well, this is totally mixed service, so for construction side and you know off the road mainly, so you see a little bit rough pattern, so it's very resistant to all kind of influences from the outside. And yeah, this is a proper construction tire, or let's say a mixed service, what we call mixed service construction.
That's incredible. And then obviously these larger ones over here, would this be like a kind of standard road going tyre then, this
absolutely
one?
Yeah, absolutely. What you see over there is our yeah, how should I say, daily bread.
So the GTR 955.
GTR 955.
Quite a difference to the tread pattern on this one, obviously, but still loads of wear, ready to go there.
Absolutely, it's a little bit smoother, it's a little bit compact, it's a little bit more silent, gives a little bit more comfort. It's a standard trailer tire. Actually, this is our current top 80 what we have in the range. Delivers outstanding mileage and resistant to all kind of influences on the road.
It's quite interesting because a lot of people don't realise how much difference a slight difference to the rubber or a slight difference to the tread can make on fuel economy, on comfort, you know, how much noise it makes.
Yeah, noise, fuel efficiency is a topic, grip is a topic, so basically for each different axle you develop new tires or a different tire, and each axle has their own requests and requirements. Yeah, sure.
So you do a lot of like cross-brand research, don't you, with different vehicle manufacturers on the track?
Absolutely, we are looking closely what the manufacturers need. We are looking closely into all the competition we have, what they are doing, what can we do. Also labeling is a topic, what we need to have to do there, and to see what's going on, and really to follow what is coming across in the next years. So tire developing is always a few years ahead than what you see here. So
well, like computer games, we don't know what's in the pipeline. And then very quickly, the last one I want to look at is what we're getting the weather and losing the light. But over here, one of my favourite tyres. This is the all-season van tyre, of course, for commercial vehicles. This is what I've got on my van now.
You have them on your van now. It's a fantastic product. So absolutely. I mean, the all-season market is growing, so the needs for all-season tyres, especially for the UK market, they don't have really rough winters anymore.
Not massively rough.
Well, absolutely. So this product delivers an outstanding mileage. The grip is there. If it's a little bit more, how should I say, winterish, so it's a little bit more snowy or muddy or whatsoever. This product delivers a good grip, and as well then in summer a little bit of comfort, or a little bit more comfort. Yeah. And you know, everything is there, and you don't need to swap the tires any longer. So you just put them on and wear them out, and
put some new ones on afterwards.
Yeah, afterwards.
Because of course there's a lot of places in Europe you have to change them twice a year, don't you? In for the summer, in for the winter. Over here we just go for it.
Absolutely, and especially for the commercial side. I mean, the vans and the fleets and whatever.
You want them ready for as much as possible all the time.
Yeah, it can, but I mean, this product is non-directional. I don't know if you've seen it here. So.
Yeah, no, there's no arrows on it,
Yeah,
so it's very interesting. So the tyre fitters can't get it the wrong way round if you take them down the garage.
Yeah, and you have a little bit more benefits, especially for the bigger fleets. So if you have a breakdown or you need spare tyres,
it doesn't need to be on the right
yeah,
side.
it doesn't need to be. You just put it on and.
Really
Sometimes
good
you need to be
thinking.
smart, yeah?
Innovation and efficiency are coming to you from GT Tyres. Seb, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thanks
and
a lot
safe
to you.
travels
Yeah,
back for you.
thank you.
We look forward to seeing you hopefully at Donington. Right?
Donington for sure. Absolutely.
Brilliant. Sebastian Bell from GT Tyres, a fantastic championship sponsor. And with what we've got on offer down here at Convoy on the Plain here at Thruxton Circuit, I'm joined by Graham Kirk from Adams Morey. Now, you're the regional sales director and of course one of the guys responsible for putting this whole little daft village on for us, but this isn't the first time we've seen this beautiful yellow XG Plus behind us. It's actually the pace truck this weekend and has been at several weekends before now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we like to get involved with these events. We're very much all about getting the brand out there and getting the new product out on the road and yeah, seeing it on the track. So yeah, really looking forward to getting out there again.
I mean, they are very eye-catching trucks. They're extremely attractive on the front. Not that, of course, DAFs haven't been attractive for a while, but they are very modern looking. Of course, we're lacking the obvious wing mirrors now. Tell us more about what's going on with these fins on the side of the truck.
Yeah, we're very much fortunate. The vehicle is obviously very new to the market. Within the last few years, we brought the new NGD DAF truck out. We've gone with the mirrorless as an option. Certainly it suits certain operations. Very much a next generation in terms of the camera systems. Obviously they've been around for a while, but DAF have really gone the next level in terms of the quality. And obviously whether it's in dark or in rain or bad weather, we still get a really good picture, which works for a lot of operations.
That's really interesting actually, because of course you think about lorry drivers, you always think reversing. You know, the forward bit usually gets completely ignored, but the reversing is so important, especially with whatever you're carrying on the back.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think certainly with these cameras, when it comes to the reversing, you can set them up and get them set up in terms of where the back of the trailer is. This obviously gives you a little bit more control, a little bit more faith, obviously, in what's going on, and obviously because of the quality of the cameras that we use, the picture is always crystal clear, regardless of what's going on in terms of the weather and the surroundings around you.
And of course, this being the pace truck for the next race of the day, is this open? Do you know if it should open? Yeah. Oh, nice. So we've got a night lock. Or what does night lock mean? Do you not lock them at night anyway?
We do, but it's a super safe lock because we know what it's like. These guys get out, particularly in the XG Pluses, get out all across Europe, all across the country. So that little added peace of mind, really, just to make sure that they're completely secure at night when they're locked up.
So the XG Plus, what is the plus the amount of room they've got in the back for the bed and the living area?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. We've obviously redesigned all the products. So the XF, the XG, and the XG Plus. XG Plus really just giving you that little bit extra space, really for you guys who are away for weeks at a time, particularly European work as well. I mean, also it does give you that extra head space, a little bit extra bunk space. Just allowing you to be really comfortable when you're away from home.
I mean, from a non-truck driver, it's an absolute whopper is the only way I could describe it. So we open the door now, nice and wide. John, if you want to just come round and have a look at the dash, I mean, that is so futuristic, but we can see there on the far side the camera and screen setup that you're obviously getting. So 3 different angles from one side. That's incredible visibility.
Yeah, certainly the top one you can see, that's the corner angle. That would replace the old European mirror that you used to have at the top of the front screen. That'll show you the front of the cabin, obviously down the side. And then you've got the other image. You can see how clear the quality of the picture is.
It's very good. It's like full HD.
Absolutely, and it stays the same as I say. Even if it's dark, even if it's raining, you still got that same level of quality because the cameras and the screens have come on so much more since they're originally the concept was conceived.
And then for a few people obviously out there that always wonder what's inside a cab, what other kind of bells and whistles do the average lorry driver require when they're out on the road? I mean, microwaves, coffee machines, what have we got in yours?
Yeah, you've got plenty of options, certainly microwaves. We can fit coffee machines. You've got so much more space, and for us it's all about that driver comfort. Just giving them, making it home from home, again, because they're away so much, it does certainly give them that opportunity to be a little bit more comfortable. The full cab space, again, when you're in this sort of size, being able to change your clothes, being able to sit and have dinner, being able to swivel on the seats, obviously in the captain's staff.
You've got to love a captain seat, man.
Absolutely great, and again, it's great to be able to sit there and watch your TV or settle down for the night, especially when you've been driving, you know, all day long. It's a real home from home for the guys.
And am I right in thinking that there's these built-in screens come all the way down as well for privacy at the night time, or is that something that you'd put different separately? Or?
In terms of the blinds, you mean, coming down?
Yeah.
Yeah, they come right down, so you've got full privacy then, obviously, for your driver, particularly at night, obviously, when you need to get your head down and have a bit of you time, should we say?
Yes, indeed. Well, yeah, which you need after using the roads of Great Britain. Well, that's incredible. So, what kind of price would you be looking at for a full spec XG Plus? You're starting a business, you're making an investment, you want to get the best you can. What are we looking at? Have you got any idea?
Yeah, certainly got an idea. I mean, like anything, it's always good to talk with customers directly about pricing. So many options, so many levels, so many different ways in which you can go it. Anywhere from between your sort of 120s, 130s, depending on where you want to be. And again, you can really go all to town. You look at some of the trucks that are here today.
It's incredible displays here. Yeah.
You know, the paintwork that you do, the kits that you fit, the horns, the bells, the widgets, the lights. You really can go to town. And what the XG Plus and the DAF product does do is it gives you this nice looking truck as a base, and then you can build on that and really make it one to turn a few heads.
That's incredible. And talking about turning a few heads, let's go round now, if we can, and have a look what Adams Moray have put on this weekend. We've obviously got the DAF Village, I suppose you could call it. We've got food over in the corner. We'll be hosting the truck show results apparently very shortly over here. Not that I've got the memo as yet. When are we doing the truck show? So have a word with our truck show guys. We've got Owen, Stuart and Michael here. Come on in a sec, Owen. What's your name, young man?
Oscar.
Hello, Oscar. Right, you can stand behind Dad now. Right. Right, very quickly then, obviously we're doing the show truck results up on the beautiful DAF balcony with this amazing fold-out tray that they've brought with them. What kind of stuff, just quickly, would you be looking at when we're judging trucks?
Generally the overall presentation, we're looking at the age of the vehicle, what the vehicle does, what sort of industry, what it's doing. Generally the mileage, and just we have a good look around the trucks. We get to chat to the drivers, see what sort of they've been doing all week, the preparation, all the hard work they've put in leading up to the weekend, and then we sort of go from there. We write it down, we do a short list, and then it gets to the hard part of picking
really nitty-gritty.
the top three. So yeah.
And is the XG Plus DAF in the runnings for anything this weekend? Do you know, or are they only allowed the Pace Truck Trophy?
Well, I don't know. They certainly catch everyone's eye, don't they? With
certainly do.
Colour. So yeah, no, they've certainly sort of caught our eye this weekend.
So that's good. And Oscar, what do you think of the XG Plus Pace Truck?
I have no clue. It might be good for the future.
Might be good for the future. It's good for the now, Oscar. We're going to want one now. And Stu, obviously you are here from very early on in these weekends, parking up, getting a tan when the weather's good enough anyway. Yeah. So obviously you guys are now essentially the face of truck sport, show trucks and where they all get parked up, and that kind of atmosphere that you're building with these guys. Yeah. We've seen a huge growth in the amount of show trucks that we're getting to these things. Is what DAF are doing, and of course Adams Moray putting on this thing for all the drivers to kind of mingle and have a drink and a bit of food together. I think it's good for the future of our truck show.
Yeah, I find in the industry the camaraderie, but having something like this, it does bring everybody together, and it just makes it nice and relaxed, and everybody has the crack.
It's true, and that's what truck drivers are really for, isn't it? It's a bit of the crack.
That's right. Yeah. you know, you've got to enjoy yourself.
If you don't enjoy, yeah, so you're doing it all day, all week, and without things like this, bring the family along, hang out, you know, meet up with some friends that you probably haven't seen for a few thousand miles.
That's right, yeah. And also, you know, you've got to point out that when they do come here, they do put a lot of effort in.
Oh, big time,
You know,
big
and
time.
It is getting harder and harder to just pick that.
I mean, I
Top
remember
three.
when we first started doing show trucks, and I mean, there were some nice trucks, of course, and some lovely people, but they came more to just watch the racing, and now it's very quickly the tack's getting pretty high spec, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But, you know, we still want them to watch the racing. That's what we want them to come for. You know, originally we want them to come for the racing. Yes, present your truck and make it clean, and, you know, overall, have a good weekend.
That's it, and it is about the weekend, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
That's fantastic. Thanks for talking to us, Stuart. We'll catch up with you very shortly. 3:30, you said, right? 3:30. Oh, for goodness sake. Right, I've got a busy day today. Right, back then in the Daft Village here with Adams Moray. Where is he? Where's he gone? He's over there. Chris, let's go and find Chris and find out what's going on here. Is he somewhere else? Oh, here he is. Hello. Hi, how are we doing? So you're Chris?
I'm AD.
Oh, AD.
How we doing?
No, hi, Adrian. Sorry, Adrian. I think you've never heard that one before, have you? Yeah. So tell us what you're doing here today. Obviously, we've got a few tents knocking about. I think we're about to be joined by your colleague Chris as well. That's why I lost track of him.
He is the main man. He's the important one to talk to, not me. So
Good boss to work for.
he's not bad, but don't tell him I said that.
Okay, we'll cut that bit out. Okay, come on in then. Come on in. We lost you. You were supposed to be primed and ready, but yeah, I won't tell him at all. It's all right. We're not talking about it. It's okay. So you're Chris.
I'm Chris.
You're Chris, and tell us with a little bit about your involvement with the BTRC, what you've got going on this weekend, and why you felt like doing it, of course.
It's a local event, fantastic event. We can bring all our staff, our customers to one location and just spend some quality time together with our families. It worked for us last year. This year we've got 3 times as many people coming to the event than we did last year. It's just been amazing.
And I mean, we've obviously got a lot of people about. You know, you welcome drivers alike as well, and of course a fantastic display that you've organised with DAF here as well. Tell us a bit more about this DAF trailer. You know, when it arrives on site, you're obviously putting out there, look, we're here, this is what we do, you know.
It's such a great focal point. Bring the customers in here so that they can sit down, have coffees, have tea, somewhere to just somewhere to sit and spend time watching the racing. So I think for us it's definitely a draw for the people. You can see how many people it is that have, it just encourages them to come in and spend some time with us.
And tell us a bit more then about who we've got dotted around the outside then. So obviously this is your gazebo.
It's our gazebo, which is all our merchandise that we're selling for DAF, and then we've got our recruitment team that we've brought along with us. We're looking for apprentices to join us at the moment. There's a big void in apprentices at the moment.
Is drivers and mechanics, or
this is for technicians that we just need to encourage to come into the trade. We've got Laser, which is a tool company that's supporting us this year, and then we've got over the other side we've got Bessie, which is a product that a safety product that's come out, which is really working well for us. And then we've got our catering department in the corner.
The catering department. I like the catering department.
Yeah.
It's called barbecue. Called a barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue that's open for everybody to fill their boots with, really. So we're really looking after our staff and our customers here today, and that's what it's all about. It's a partnership with them all coming together and spending time together.
That's fantastic. It's really nice. And so who's inside the DAF trailer today at the moment?
So in the DAF trailer, we've got some of the guys from DAF, the representation. Some of our VIP customers are in there at the moment. A mix of customers and staff. So
so a bit of everybody.
Anybody that comes into the village, anyone that's invited is welcome to use all the facilities.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Well, you are Chris. Thank you very much from Adams Moray, and of course a massive shout out to DAF and Graham, who I got to speak to earlier on. Put it there, Graham. Thank you very much. Graham Kirk, not Keith. I almost called him Keith. It's not Keith, it's Kirk. So yeah, just want to get that out there, that I did remember it after a little bit as well. So if you want to see that pace truck out on the circuit, we'll be the next race of the day very shortly, so make sure you tune back in for that. Thanks for joining us down here in the Daft Village, brought to you by Adams Moray.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the merchandise box here for the British Truck Racing Championship. Now, as you know, we've been running a competition over the last 24 hours. It was quite simple. All you had to do on the live coverage in the live chat, you just had to type I love BTRC and hit subscribe as well. Pointy here from the British Truck Racing Championship has now picked a winner. Before we reveal the winner, just to remind you what you're going to win, if you are the lucky winner, is one of these beautiful bucket hats there, modelled by the glamorous... Glamorous, the right word. Modelled by Pointy. Here we go. Look, we've got some stickers.
We've got some stickers as well.
Very nice. What else have we got?
We've got a keyring as well.
Yeah, that flag. You see that flag up there as well? All brand new British Truck Racing Championship merchandise. Right now, Pointy, it is time. It is time to reveal the winner. You have been going through all of the comments, so thank you to everybody for commenting and hitting subscribe as well. Well, I can tell you, he's done this completely at random. He's just been going through doing that. We know what Pointy's like.
There's so many people. Just want to say a massive shout out to all the viewers, of course, across both of the channels for getting involved. And it's nice to know you're watching, because that's what's important. There's no point us even talking
Not
if
really.
you're not at home enjoying the show. So, okay, are we ready?
Drum roll, please, everybody.
Drum roll, please.
Who is the winner?
In on the retake.
Yeah,
the winner is a Vicky Campbell.
Vicky Campbell, if you're watching, congratulations, you have just won all of this merchandise from the British Truck Racing. No, you don't want that one. It's a bit sweaty inside. You don't want that one. Right, what happens now? How does Vicky get in contact with you?
So, if Vicky, if you're out there, if you're listening, head over to the Instagram page, official BTRC, reach out to us on there, send us your details, and we'll get that out in the post to you as soon as possible.
Fantastic, congratulations. Just to confirm, Vicky Campbell, you are the winner. Please do get in touch with us. Yay! Woo! Hey! Wee! Right, Pointy, it's a lunch break now, and we actually do have a lunch break. Should we take a little walk and have a little look round?
Only if we can do it arm in arm.
Go on then. Right, off we go, down the paddock here, behind the back. Let's have a little skip. This is the very best of motorsport here. Let's stop doing that now, because it's a little bit weird, isn't it? Pointy, tell us about, we've had a couple of races for the British Truck Racing Championship. In fact, the next race is out as well. What have you made of it so far?
That the guys have been driving with impeccable standards. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of fans that come to see certain parts of truck racing, and unfortunately and fortunately, we haven't had too much contact this weekend as yet. A little bit of slap and fingers crossed we keep those standards high, as well as entertaining all of the spectators here and online as well, of course. Bit of damage to trucks that weren't involved in any incidents. We've had some serious reliability issues with Simon Cole, unfortunately. That's seen him do no more than 2 laps the entire weekend, reconstructing his engine twice this weekend already. So it's been a lot of hard work for the guys, and I really feel for the rest of his team because they put so much effort in to trying to get that truck ready out on the track, and of course it's just let them down again. He got half a lap in the previous race today. So yeah, Neil Yates, however, though, very impressive. He's already built his own fan club.
Have we got anybody we can grab, Lou? There's a couple of drivers knocking around down here.
So we've got Steve and John Powell together, which I'm not sure is going to happen, if I'm honest. You can ask all you like to see if we can get them out.
No, they're coming.
They're coming. This will be interesting.
You
it's
take
exciting.
it.
I'll take it. So John and Steve, we've been brought together. I only have to say your first names because you've obviously got the same surname, haven't we?
We have, yes. Yeah.
What is that, a coincidence?
Funny enough, we had the same dad.
No way.
Rumours say, yeah.
That's incredible.
I'm not sure, actually.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, well, I was here first, so.
Now, of course, previously, Steve used.
Like, the better you get, the better they get. Basically.
Yeah,
so
wow. Steve used to race in the Division 2. Is it great now that you've kind of got Div 2 to yourself as the only Powell in Division 2?
It's better for our relationship, yeah. You know,
it's a bit better. Also, it is a lot better because, like, he does well, we congratulate him. And as much as he was there, but there's always still you're racing together, so it takes it out of it, and it's good to have achievement in this division and that division. There's none of that, and yeah, it does. But also on the other side, it's very good racing against siblings. We had, I think, one year when the 3 of us was out there. And it's
3 of you for Graham as well?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to do
I think we went round the back, me and Graham, banging into each other. And when we got back to Park Ferme, I've never laughed so much. The trucks are detonated, but, you know, it is what it is.
But it's like sometimes tension does get done, so like, yeah, it's better to split the divisions, absolutely, without doubt, so no.
Keep you separated on track so you can come together more off track.
Yeah.
And Steve,
separated above.
Apparently so. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, completely different. Yeah, kettle of fish altogether.
Himself on me, that's all.
Models himself on you, right? John, let's call that a day now before it gets really personal. Thank you to Steve and John Powell, of course. Steve in Division 1, John in Division 2, and of course earlier on you saw that little interview we did with John Powell about the biodiesel, the GD Plus. Ian, you've obviously been talking to a lot of other guys around the circuit this weekend. Is there any talk of maybe some more future-proof fuel coming into some of the other series?
There is somebody I was chatting to a little bit earlier. They're not actually racing this week, and I can't see any more than that.
It's top secret then.
It's top secret, but just watch this space. We might be able to announce something over the next few months or so. With regards to the championships I've been talking to, no.
No here. You know of something, but nothing you're allowed to talk about.
Nothing I'm allowed to talk about. Once we go for a walk.
Let's go.
I don't know. There's so much going on here this weekend, isn't it? It's not just obviously we got the trucks. They're about to head down to assembly, I think, as well. We've actually got the music stage here as well, haven't we?
We have, yeah. So the convoy on the plane event, well, all of the convoy events. We've got one at Pembrey, we have one here at Thruxton, of course, the big one at Donington over in August. Just 5 weeks away now before that one lands down. Absolutely incredible turnout at all of these events. Of course, the British truck racing really is growing in popularity, and it's awesome to have so much support entertainment off track. At the same time.
How busy is it right now as we're walking through? I mean, it was busy last year, wasn't it? But it's so busy, especially on this British Grand Prix weekend as well. But, you know, that small event going on at Silverstone has kind of been dwarfed by this massive event happening here at Thruxton, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, Silverstone is... what's happening at Silverstone again? Can you remind me?
Some formula thing. I'm not sure quite what it is. But look, we've got music going on over here. Let's take a walk around. Have you had an ice cream yet, Pointy?
I had an ice cream earlier on, actually. I had it for breakfast. I missed the bacon sandwiches today, and I thought, you know what, we're making our way round to Park Ferme and assembly area, and I thought I'll just grab myself a cheeky cone with a flake. But yeah, so we've got the stage up now, and I believe these guys were actually here last year as well. I remember seeing the pair of them. quite a good band. Mar and Pa sat very close down the front, of course, showing great support. But look across there on the banks, all of those people over there. It's just incredible to see so many people that have come out to see the racing, and of course I'm sure they can hear the music as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they will do. Right, Pointy, it's the truck race next. So what happens now? We've just spoken to a couple of drivers there. They'll be gearing up. They have to come into assembly, don't they? But how early do they have to come in? Or how early are they supposed to come in, but they never do they?
Well, they come in on time most of the time. The marshals, of course, over the years have had trouble getting them into the assembly area, so now they bring them in so early, it's ridiculous. So they'll sit now in the baking sunshine in the assembly area for about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Then they'll take them out onto the circuit where they might wait a little bit longer. It gets very, very hot in these cabs. I mean, they're essentially sat on top of an engine, surrounded by glass. They are in a massive metal box, much like the racing cars, of course. But yeah, it's not a pleasurable experience waiting in the assembly area.
Right, here's what we're going to do now. We've got some wonderful music going on in the background. I fancy myself that I could throw a few moves, so I think we should have a little dance off, you and me, right now.
Right, you go first then, ready? Go! Oh my God.
I'd say that's a 10 out of 10.
Honestly, the things you do for television. Have we finished embarrassing ourselves? Can we get back to motorsport now?
No, I think we can carry it about. No, we can't. Let's go back, because I want to talk about some of the displays we've got going on here. We've got a lot of trucks. Who organises all this, Pointy? Is it you? Is it Bark? Who does it all?
Well, the British Truck Racing is promoted by a company called Truck Sport UK. Now, they've got a couple of guys on the team. Obviously, Steve Powell that we met moments ago, Steve Thomas and Stuart Oliver. They're the three amigos, as they're quite commonly called, who put all of these events together. Helped massively, of course, by Emma Tyra, who actually also helps organise RTX, which is the Road Transport Expo. Huge event at Stoneleigh Park.
Am I right in thinking it was Emma as well? We must say thank you. She's the reason we're able to give away the merchandise away for as well.
Yeah, so she really does have such an integral part in the organisation of these weekends, as well as Truck Sport, with regards to getting the merch organised and what gets put out in the media, what gets put out on the socials. She really does have so many hats in her, not BTRC hats, we're talking job hats in her collection, and I think the growth we've seen under the watchful eye of those four people, you know, Emma, Stuart, Steve, and Steve and Steve's two Steves. So yeah, I call him Tomo though, so it's obviously tricky for me. But the growth we've seen in the sport and the support around the sport, the off-track stuff, the truck shows, the fairgrounds, the bands, all these things. To think that only about 5 years ago we started off with one Convoy event at Donington, which was mostly managed by MSV. Now we've taken everything in-house and all the way down to the barriers and the generators. Emma and the team are working all year round to put these things on.
So, Pointy, what is it you actually do then? Well, is it like everybody else does everything?
You haven't figured it out already. I do this. I do these people out here. A very, very important job I have, you know. I am honoured though, really, you know, ever since we were still in lockdown and motorsport was allowed to start up again. Bark obviously came out with the idea of starting Bark Live, which was to bring motorsport to people that couldn't get to the circuits. And through that, I feel like there's again been a massive growth in outreach and spectators online and in real life, getting a lot more than just the trucks out there to people that didn't even know it existed, really. So yes, I've had the honour and the pleasure of being able to host these, along with yourself, of course, working alongside guys like you and Ewan.
Yeah, sorry about that. Can't be much fun for you. You can probably hear the British Truck Racing Championship. The trucks are making their way to assembly now, so not too long to go before we get ourselves underway for race 3 of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton. I think we've probably done enough embarrassing of ourselves right now. Pointy, are you heading to assembly with the guys now, or I know you've spoken to a lot of drivers already, haven't you?
Yes, I've pretty much covered everybody in the paddock this weekend. We've done loads of great shots, loads of great filming, and of course course, if you're watching this just now and you think, oh, I wish I'd have seen that, then all of the footage, of course, will be on our British Truck Racing Championship live stream, as well as Bart Live, to play back whenever you like, forever.
Fantastic, yeah, almost time to get underway and not too long to go. The trucks are making their way into assembly, as you can see. Just a quick reminder about the Barking Mad podcast as well. It's a brand new podcast hosted by myself and Alan Hyde. Everything that we do is covered across the British automobile racing club, so do have a listen to that wherever you get your podcast from. Spotify, it goes out on YouTube as well. Do make sure you tune in and have a listen to that. It's released every other Friday as well. Right, Pointy, almost time to get underway for the truck. So Dave, we'll hand back to you.
Hi, Mum.
I go away for a few minutes to have lunch, and look what happens. Complete chaos, those two. We're getting ready soon for our next race, which is coming up in still about 20 minutes, half an hour or so. The British Truck Racing Championship, race number 4. We'll wait to see if there is going to be a grid walk when the trucks make their way out in a short while. That's followed by the Hyundai Coupes at 3:05, their second 15-minute race of the weekend. Then we've got the Caterhams. Incidentally, there's a change to the results from the Caterhams from yesterday in the Sigmax division. Kevin Barrett, who won the Sigmax class on the road, was adjudged to have cut the chicane to take the lead of the class, so Ian Anderson has inherited the win. Kevin Barrett's been given a penalty. Then we've got the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, the pickups and the trucks. Plenty of our supporters down on the infield enjoying the various festivities as we've seen at the moment. Interesting to see the Colson trailers display in the background there as well. That's Ryan Colson, used to be number 89 in the British Truck Racing Championship. Started his career at the same time as somebody called Ryan Smith, I remember. So we'll be back underway soon then with our next race, and if there is a grid walk for the trucks, I'm sure Pointy will be down there to take us through it.
Smashes and crashes and explosive engines saw us finish Brands Hatch weekend for the last meeting of the British Truck Racing Championships. But here we are at sunny South Wales at Pembrey Circuit. Welcome to the British Truck Racing Championship.
The grid reads as follows. The front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7, Stuart Oliver. Two men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the two MANs of number 69, David Jenkins, and 3 of Stephen Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith in the 46, alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco. Row 4, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN, and number 68, Craig Reed, the second of the brothers in the Iveco Stralis. Row 5, the two Scotsmen, Jock Borthwick, number 32, and 86 of Tom O'Rourke with his MAN. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 95, Ricky Collett, the man from Yorkshire. Great to see Ricky Collett back out after his engine blow-up in the first round at Brands Hatch. He lines up alongside number 92, Simon Faulkner, with his Iveco. The final row of Division 1, 41, Simon Cole. Used to race the Mercedes-Benz, or the Mercedes Beast, as he called it, in Division 2. Lines up alongside number 14, John Bowler, another Division 2 graduate, with his MAN. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, alongside Adam Bint, our camera truck, with the Volvo White Aerodyne. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, still looking for his first win, Division 2, in his MAN, alongside Paul Rivette, the former British touring car racer and Renault Clio multiple champion with his MAN. That's the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. And at the back of the grid, number 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett in his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Form up 2x2, then down Speedway straights up to the flick of Carter's curve, then onto Honda curve. About to start our first truck race of the weekend here at Convoy, Pembrey. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead them round. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship of 2023. The revs beginning to rise then. Can Ryan Smith start as he means to go on? Is it going to be Stuart Oliver, or will we see a new winner? Powell and Bint divided the Division 2 wins at Brands Hatch. The pace truck is into pit lane. Here we go, they're almost ready to go racing on the Pembrey circuits. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go, the power comes on and we're underway. Convoy Cymru is go, side by side between Smith and Oliver. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Ryan Smith who takes the early lead. Stephen Powell comes barrelling down the outside in the MAN. One of the Reeds is up there as well in the Iveco. They fling their way through the hairpin. There's contact already. Bradley Smith made a bad start. He's been clipped by Jock Borthwick. 3 into 1 didn't go through the hairpin for the first time. Everybody else looks to be round okay. I think Adam Bint is leading in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell with a good start up into third place in the HGV Direct MAN as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. David Jenkins is in fourth place. They've broken away as a result of that schmozzle further back at the hairpin. Bradley Smith has been able to hold fifth position in the number 46. Then Jock Borthwick. Seventh is Michael Oliver. We've got a tangle at the back. That's Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke. They've gone onto the rallycross course on the infield. Now we'll see if we can see what happened further back. And Tom O'Rourke goes straight into the side of Michael Oliver. So that's what happened. He went spinning out. Oliver saved it. And Ricky Collett had nowhere to go. Went off rallycrossing. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint. He's going well up there in, well, he's in 8th overall now. He's picked up another place. I think we've lost Michael Oliver, that's why. He's not come through on that lap. So Michael Oliver and Providence are on board with Adam Bint. He's won here in Division 2 several times in the past, and the lead gap has come down a little there. A little? It's come down a lot, because Stuart Oliver now right on the tail of Ryan Smith. Whether he's had a moment out on the back of the circuit there, I'm not sure, but Stuart Oliver's caught him. They come through to complete lap number 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Stuart Oliver gets the fastest lap this time through. He's going for the lead. Over the line they go. Yes, Ryan Smith lost 2 seconds on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for the Daimler Freightliner, but Stuart Oliver's ready to attack for the lead. Down into the right-hander hairpin as Hatchett's, and the 2 MANs closing up as well of Powell and Jenkins. There's only less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 now. It was 2 seconds covering the top 2 last time through. Ryan Smith getting back up to speed then. I thought he had a problem towards the end of that lap. He backed up dramatically, but now he's pulling away again. 2 trucks into the pits on that lap. Michael Oliver's pulled in, so has Ricky Collett after that tangle on the opening lap, so it looks like they're out of it. Tom O'Rourke is still going, I think, but a long way back. Coming up to complete their 6th lap. Here are the leaders, and Stuart Oliver's closed in again a little. Yep, he's going to have another go at Ryan Smith for the lead. They're clear to the tune of nearly 3 seconds of Stephen Powell in that 3rd place. Simon Reed up the inside, up the hairpin, he goes through. Nicely done there. Tricky to get 2 trucks side by side through Hatchett's hairpin. Well, it's such a tight corner, it's tricky to get 1 truck through there. Smith pulls away a little once again. He seems to have the advantage in a straight line, but Stuart Oliver able to close up a bit more in the twisty bits. Now Paul Rivette having a go at Simon Cole in the more powerful Division 1 MAN. Paul Rivette, a lot of experience in saloon car racing. He's a multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He won't get round the outside at Senna though, I don't think. And this could allow John Powell to attack in the 6. He's up alongside as they come through towards Brooklands. Paul Rivette is going to have to give him room there, and John Powell goes through up into 2nd place in Division 2. Good move there by John Powell. That's for 12th overall. Having a go at Simon Cole in the 41. Through Senna, up towards Brooklands. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race still to go. Here comes Paul Rivette. He's going to have a go at Simon Cole. Paul Rivette has shaken off his Division 2 rivals. He's having a go at the Division 1 truck, and he goes through into Carter's curve. There's Stuart Oliver. And these two have now got to lap Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to move out of the way? Well, move out of the way. I think he's pulling off. Tom O'Rourke onto the grass, so his race could be over. Unless that was an extreme bit of moving out of the way, he decided to move onto the grass to let everybody through. But I think that could be a retirement. There's a black and white flag being shown, I noticed there behind the timing tower. That's the driving standards flag for somebody. Let's see who it was for. Yes, Tom O'Rourke into retirement in the 86. That will put him to the back of the Division 1 grid, along with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, are already out of the race for race number 2. Race number 3, I should say, because race 2, the grid is set by the second fastest time in the qualifying session. It's going to be a win for Flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver tried his hardest, but the back marker traffic making something of a difference, and Ryan Smith is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 weekends, picking up exactly where he left off at Brands Hatch. The 7-time champion, Flying Ryan Smith, comes in to take the victory. Second place will go to Stuart Oliver. They are well ahead of the rest, separated by 3.7 seconds at the line. Stephen Powell holding on for 3rd ahead of David Jenkins. He held off his fellow MAN pilot all the way. Bradley Smith a good 5th, and Jock Borthwick will just hold off Craig Reed, the 6th place. They had a good fight in the closing stages, 0.3 of a second apart. Oh, we've had a bit of an off there for Craig Evans on the last lap. He's making a bit of a habit of that, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a power sliding Kurt Goranson style finish for Adam Bint. He takes the win in Division 2 in our first race of the weekend. That's his 4th win of the season. And who's going to be home in second? It should be Paul Rivette. Yes, there he is, just lapping Jim Bennett. Paul Rivette 2nd in Division 2, John Powell is 3rd. Craig Evans 4th. The final finisher in Division 2 will be Jim Bennett. Here's what happened to Craig Evans in the closing stages there, was attacking John Powell. He nearly attacked him well and truly. Big lock up there into Brooklands, ran out wide. Let's confirm the results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by 3.7 seconds over Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell in 3rd place, and David Jenkins just behind him. Bradley Smith completing the top 5 ahead of Jock Borthwick, then the Reed brothers and Simon Faulkner completing the top 9 overall. Then we had the Division 2 runners with Adam Bint beating Paul Rivette by over 12 seconds. John Powell taking 3rd place, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completing the 5 finishers in Division 2. Fastest lap of the race going to Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.91. And there were only those 14 finishers. Simon Cole was a late retirement. Tom O'Rourke we lost, as we saw, and Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, victims of the early pile-up.
So, Ryan Smith, you're looking a bit warm there. I take it it's hot in that cab.
Oh, it was plain sailing up until I hit somebody's diesel, and it fired me off, and I just got back on in front of Stuart. That was pivotal, really important. We just had enough gap. So when you're leading, the only downside to leading is you're the first to hit anything on the track, and we hit the diesel. But wanted to say thank you to my team. They worked so hard. Still not found the problem, but I'm not letting it kill the buzz.
I've noticed it's not affected you too much, still putting some great lap times in there.
Yeah, and it was just about management and keeping an eye where Stuart was. But when I hit the diesel, got back on, I had to change my strategy for the line for 3 or 4 laps.
Of course.
Stuart could risk it, so he held on to me for a little bit, but no, honestly delighted with that.
Mr. Powell, look at this hat, sir. 3rd place.
Don't get many of them.
It's a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah, at least it's typo something. You know what I mean? I would like to say before we go any further, I've got to say a big congratulations to my man Dory, who's on our team. Can't be here this weekend because he was due a baby, and he's literally had it as we was going around the track.
Whoa!
So he's just had a baby boy today. So
you're going to call it Steve
Dory.
then, right?
I think he's going to call it Leo after the other one.
So you've caught a 3rd place, first race of the weekend. Well done. And also, we've had a baby born during the race as well.
Not here, he's in a hospital.
Not here, obviously, at a hospital. Yeah, that'd be weird.
Hands on that thingy yet.
I mean, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. Well, they said.
Well, in the sunshine of Thruxton, looks like we are now counting down to our next race, which is race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Again, the reverse grid in operation following race 2 yesterday. The top 8 in Division 1 reverse, and it will be, if he's made it out, John Bowler will be on pole in number 14 alongside the 68 of Craig Reed. Bradley Smith, carrying our onboard camera for this race, will be on road 2 alongside Michael Oliver. And Stephen Powell, a podium finisher earlier on, starts alongside David Jenkins on road 3. The 4th row, Stuart Oliver in number 7 alongside the 1 of Ryan Smith. He's got an onboard camera as well. I see John Bowler is there, it's good to see. Row 5 will be 92 Simon Faulkner, 86 Tom O'Rourke alongside. He's not showing on our graphics incidentally because he didn't set a time in qualifying yesterday. And the 6th row should be Ricky Collett, number 95. The team are asking, can anyone supply an endless run of side panels for our truck, please, on their social media? And we should have seen Simon Cole, but his engine currently in pieces, as we heard from Pointy earlier on, so he's not there. Neil Yates heads up Division 2 in the number 33, alongside Jim Bennett in the 28. There's the Sen Atkinson. It's number 10, Craig Evans. 6 of John Powell. 5, Adam Bint. And number 22, Paul Rivett. I reckon there's a bit of a rivalry developing between Adam Bint and Paul Rivett out there. I've seen a couple of close encounters between the two of them. Ryan Smith will once again go from 8th on the grid. We're on board with him in cab as they make their way round. A further lap before the rolling start. Ryan Smith made his up to 3rd behind Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell in race 3 earlier on. It's certainly going to be an interesting one once again. Unfortunately not quite time for the grid walk to take place, certainly with the delays during the last couple of car races. We're waiting to see what's going to happen with the pickup trucks as well. I've been told that the penultimate race of the day, where race 3 should have been, will be a rerun of race 2, and then they should hopefully get a 3rd race, time permitting, at the end of the programme, but we'll confirm that as soon as we can. So we should hopefully see, time permitting, 3 pickup races. To all of you for getting in touch for our competition, and well done to our winner. Big hello to Dan Proctor, also Leanne Price. Thanks for getting in touch. Hear the live music above the trucks as they come round to line up. There's Ricky Collett, he's reattached that side panel again. It's John Bowler's MAN on pole. Best results he's had in Division 1 is 8th place a couple of times, so looking perhaps for his first top 5, maybe his first podium here. There's Bradley Smith, number 46 MAN. Best results of a couple of 2nd places this year, including in race 1 yesterday. Stuart Oliver, our earlier winner, alongside him. On board with Adam Bint. Great shot here, looking from the bonnet of the number 5. So he follows John Powell. If you look closely there at the front bumper of Bradley Smith's truck, you can just see our other onboard camera. Here it is. Great shot here from inside the front bumper of the 46. Let's hope that camera doesn't get walloped in there. Will be a good way of checking for any incidents of contact in this race, won't it? He's lining up on the 3rd position on the grid behind John Bowler, and Craig Reed in the Iveco, looking for the 2nd Division 1 win of his career. Had a win at Brands Hatch last year. Last few trucks pulling into line, ready for the rolling starts. We mentioned yesterday our fundraiser, Holly Brownsell, completing her laps of the truck racing circuits by bicycle to raise money for motor neurone disease research. I can tell you she completed 3 laps of the Thruxton Circuit along with her dad Carl yesterday after racing was completed. An extra lap in honour of Jock Borthwick, who's unable to race at the moment, who leads the My Name's Doddy campaign. Of course, Scottish rugby star Doddy Weir began the campaign to raise money for motor neurone disease. The TRP pace truck in position, the DAF, to lead them round. Just getting Ricky Collett into the correct position there with his MAN. He's had a lot of bad luck in recent years, including that engine blow up at Brands Hatch at the season opener. The heavy haulage company owner from Yorkshire, racing trucks for many, many years now, as has Jim Bennett in the Seddon Atkinson. When was the last time you saw one of those? So you're based up in the northwest of England. I think they were bought out by Iveco in the mid-2000s. The grid is cleared by the marshals. Keep an eye on Bradley Smith, keep an eye on Michael Oliver as well, in the second row of the grid. Ryan Smith still with the front body, bit of the front bodywork missing. Starts 8th on this grid, looking for 3 wins for the weekend. 32nd board from the marshal on the starters rostrum. You'll notice all the other marshals around the circuit will move well back off their posts in the interests of safety. If anything goes wrong, you wouldn't want to be on directly trackside in case a truck does go into the barriers. Here we go then. Pace truck leads them off. John Bowler on pole position, the man from Stockport. On board with Bradley Smith. Craig Reed on the second position on the outside the front row, second on the grid in the Iveco Stralis. Ryan Smith alongside his arch rival Stuart Oliver. 17 titles between them. Neil Yates just a little slow getting going there in the Division 2 truck. It is his first ever weekend of truck racing. Adam Bint will be on the back row alongside his new title rival Paul Rivett. John Powell and Craig Evans chasing them in the points. Beautiful sunshine now here at Thruxton. 15 minutes of racing coming up for the trucks. Looks like Tom O'Rourke is not there. Yeah, we know Simon Cole's missing. I don't think Tom O'Rourke's there either, the 86. Unless I've overlooked him. With Ryan Smith, one hand on the gears and one on the wheel as ever. He almost looks relaxed behind the wheel, does Ryan Smith, but I can assure you he's not. Yes, Tom O'Rourke is missing from row 5, so problems for the 86. There is Paul Rivett looking for win number 3 this weekend in Division 2. Took the flag in both races yesterday, but was disqualified for exceeding the speed limit of 100 miles an hour. Adam Bint was penalised for the same reason, and it was John Powell who inherited the win. Rivette's with the other 2 wins. Adam Bint will not want to go home winless. Back to his base in Oxfordshire. Here we go then. Revs beginning to rise already. The leaders coming towards Woodham Hill. TRP pace truck controlling them round. Would you want to look in your mirror coming round Thruxton and see that lot behind you? They certainly have got us a convoy here at Thruxton, here at Convoy on the Plain. In a few weeks' time it'll be Convoy in the Park at Donington Park with an international truck racing field. John Bowler in pole position, looking for what could be his first podium since moving up from Division 2. Craig Reed looking for the second Division 1 win of his career. Bradley Smith looking for his first ever win. Some big names behind. Smith and Oliver, the two to watch for. Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. Pace truck is in pit lane. Here we go. 16 trucks ready to take the starts. Lights are out and away they go up towards Allard for the first time. It's a good start by Craig Reed from the outside of the front row. Bradley Smith's got away well too. John Bowler trying to hold the inside line. Looks like it's going to be Reed that takes the lead up towards the complex for the first time. Michael Oliver's there on the inside for the left-hander at green. Bradley Smith will be fairly late on the brakes, so will David Jenkins in the 69. He's locked up, he'll run wide into the complex. Craig Reed has got the early lead ahead of John Bowler. On board with Bradley Smith. What a fantastic shot this is from the third place truck, chasing John Bowler as they charge out into the country for the first time. Craig Reed in the Iveco, your early leader in Division 1. Bowler in second. In Division 2, Paul Rivette's already come through into second place. It's John Powell who has the lead. Already the slightly slower pair of Neil Yates and Jim Bennett have dropped to the back of the field. And off goes Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver on the grass there, coming through Noble, rejoins behind Ricky Collett. Well, he was down in 7th on the grid. He's got it all to do again now to try and fight his way through to the front of Division 1 if he wants his second win of the day, and Collett's lost another side panel. I think there's been some contact there. So it's Reed from Bowler, Bradley Smith third, Michael Oliver is in 4th position. Through to Woodham Hill they come. Stephen Powell is 5th, and a small gap back to David Jenkins. Ryan Smith, Ricky Collett, Stuart Oliver's 9th, Simon Faulkner 10th. Up the hill towards the chicane, up towards this slight rise. Then onto the brakes for the right-hander. Craig Reed holds the lead. The man from Stoke-on-Trent in the Iveco. Stephen Powell having a quick look round the outside there of Michael Oliver. He won't get alongside through there. Behind them is David Jenkins. We go on board with Ryan Smith chasing his arch rival for many years now, Dave Jenkins. Stuart Oliver making a move on Ricky Collett, coming up into Allard to try and retake that 8th place. It's still Craig Reed who sets the early pace. Further back in Division 2 it is John Powell in the DAF who has the lead, looking for his second win of the weekend. He's clear of Paul Rivette, Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. And then at the back, the battle between Jim Bennett, making a move there on Neil Yates into Allard. Just under a second was the lead gap for Craig Reed at the end of the opening lap. Adam Bintz has a look around the outside of Craig Evans as we ride with him through the complex. And onto the throttle as they come out through Seagrave towards Noble. A bit of smoke there as Adam gets his foot down. Away they go onto the far side of the circuit. Paul Rivette holding 2nd place ahead of Craig Evans. And it's John Powell who leads in 11th place overall, leading the Division 2 field. He's pulling away from Paul Rivette. Here's the battle for 2nd place in Division 1. Craig Reed's opened up a slight lead. On board with Bradley Smith. He's lost out to Michael Oliver for that 3rd place. The number 12 GC Tyres MAN has got through. Down towards the chicane. Bradley Smith will have a look on the inside. Won't get alongside as they go into the tightening right-hander there, and he's just behind. Oh, and Craig Reed's gone straight on. What's happened? He just suddenly locked up and slid straight on. Something broke there, I think, on Craig Reed's truck. He's out, and John Bowler leads. Well, this is the first time that John Bowler has led a Division 1 race. There's been a bit of contact there on John Bowler behind. As everybody else bottled up behind the slowing Craig Reed into the chicane there. You can see there's a bit of damage to Bradley Smith's truck, the wheel arch flapping into the complex. John Bowler has the lead of a Division 1 race for the first time in his career. 2nd place Michael Oliver. David Jenkins running wide under fire from Ryan Smith. He goes through. Now his next target will be Stephen Powell. There's a little bit of damage to the back of his truck as well. Ricky Collett needing another new side panel. He should start making them himself. He'll have a good business line. Stuart Oliver ahead of him in the number 7 as they head out towards Goodwood and Village. John Bowler, the number 14, the man from Stockport in Cheshire, leads the way. Can he hang on for his first Division 1 victory? He's got just over 10.5 minutes to the race to go. Craig Reed into pit lane. Yeah, clearly something broke there. I don't know whether he lost his brakes coming into the chicane, whether the something in the braking system failed. He just locked up and slid straight on. And he's out of the race. That was such a shame because he was going well in the lead. It's now Bowler from Michael Oliver. Bradley Smith with that wheel arch flapping in third place. And Stephen Powell and Ryan Smith together for fourth and fifth. Down to the chicane for the third time. It's the two MAN trucks out in front. It's MAN's 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Daimler Freightliner in fifth of Ryan Smith. We're on board with him, attacking Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, in fourth place. Through to complete their third lap. Michael Oliver has a look for the lead. Ryan Smith has a look for fourth place. He's got the inside line into Allard. Not quite. Stephen Powell holds him off. Here comes Dave Jenkins in the 69. Stuart Oliver just behind him. Three heavyweights together. Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. 18 titles between them. 20 if you count Stephen Powell's 2 Division 2 titles as well. And Ryan Smith's going through at the complex. Good move. Takes Stephen Powell round the outside at Cobb, forced the issue down the inside at Campbell and just kept the momentum up. Now Stuart Oliver is almost bump drafting David Jenkins. That's more like NASCAR racing than truck racing. And they go off. Had they got stuck together there, David Jenkins ploughs over the grass. He definitely got a push there from Stuart Oliver, but I'm not sure whether that was intentional or whether the two got stuck together by their bumpers. Now, we saw a few years ago Stuart Oliver get stuck to the back of Ricky Collett's truck and he ended up being towed round Brands Hatch for a lap. I'm not sure what that was all about, but David Jenkins has gone grass trucking and has rejoined further back. Here come the leaders up Woodham Hill. John Bowler defending his lead from Michael Oliver. They're stacking up behind him now. This is a convoy now with John Bowler in the role of Rubber Duck at the head of it. If you've seen the film Convoy, you'll know what that means. Michael Oliver in second place. Bradley Smith, our camera truck, in third. Ryan Smith next through in the 94, and John Bowler really having to defend here now. Michael Oliver's got to run on the outside. They bang wheels, and Oliver goes around the outside. He tries to cut in. There's just enough space. Bowler's pushing him. Oh, there's a bit of needle creeping into this race. Certainly Bradley Smith can sense a chance to try and take the lead here if these two trip over each other. Michael Oliver into the lead in the number 12. John Bowler, he's fired up, he's fighting back, he's pushing Michael Oliver now. This is more like saloon stock cars and truck racing at the moment. It's got into these drivers over the course of the lunch break. Here comes Bradley Smith up the inside. Onto the grass he goes. John Bowler's not giving him any room there at all. He's trying to make his MAN the widest in the country right now. Ryan Smith goes around the outside as a result of that. Bradley Smith lost momentum and Ryan's been able to go through around the outside. What's happening in Division 2 meanwhile? Well, there's Paul Rivette. I think he's still second. It's still John Powell that's got the lead of the class. On board with Adam Bintz. Yes, there's John Powell. He's really pulled away in Division 2, the DAF. About 4.5 seconds up the road. Ryan Smith going for second. Bradley Smith trying to follow him on the inside of John Bowler in the number 14. Bradley Smith trying to make it 3 wide. You're lucky if you can go 2 wide into the chicane. And the red flag is coming out. The race is being stopped. What has happened? Oh my God! That's Neil Yates. And he's gone clean through the barrier. What on earth has happened there? That is a terrifying sight. I think that's up towards the complex. Neil Yates has gone clean through the barriers. Let's hope everyone's okay. The driver is out. There is Neil. Now let's see what happened. He was coming up into Allard. He goes to the inside. The truck just ploughs straight on. Something broke there, I think, and walloped straight in and straight through. That is a horrific accident. Well, 2 years ago, we saw an incident like that on a damp track here at Thruxton with Tom O'Rourke at the complex. But that was at an even higher speed, if anything. Neil Yates and everybody else down there at Allard is very lucky indeed. That was a very scary incident indeed. And everyone down there at Allard is extremely lucky. Okay, there's obviously going to be most likely a considerable delay here. While the officials check everyone's all right, check the condition of the barriers. There's going to have to be obviously a rebuilding operation, recover Neil Yates's truck, or what's left of it as well. I wonder if his steering broke there going through Allard, because he really didn't turn, just went straight on into Allard. And we'll let you know as soon as we can what is going to happen with any resumption of this race. Trucks heading back into the paddock then, following a major accident at Allard involving number 33 Neil Yates. It appeared his truck suffered a mechanical failure going into Allard and went off straight on. Neil is okay. We believe everybody else down there on both sides of the barrier appears to be okay as well. The truck has stood up to the impact, so our newcomer to racing this weekend, Neil Yates, is all right. As we say, hopefully everyone else down there is all right as well. It's looked like that was the case, but we will confirm. And we'll bring you any further news as soon as we get it. Racing suspended to allow the safety crews to attend the scene. And we'll bring you any further news as and when we receive it.